Hello, welcome back to What My name's Beast, and today we're back with Kinkoi. I know today was supposed to be 9/9 time, but hey, this game is surprisingly good stress relief, and I do need some of that right now. So yeah, that's why we're here, heading for Reina's route. Or we should actually just kind of... By the way, I got snacks today, like bread chips with bacon flavor. Just my mother just randomly decided to buy some, so I, of course, proceeded to pirate. After this is over, I'm just going to go get a new glass. Like clothing and fashion and stuff?
そのまんまファッション研究
I get it. And again, being so over my head did pique my interest. Between the three of them, Elle scared me to no end, and she'd be even more terrifying if I picked Sylvie. By process of elimination, I was left with one choice. Shall we then?
Let's just see.
Study of fashion. In reality, I was clueless about anything related to fashion. To be honest, anyone who spent tens of thousands of yen on trendy clothes, accessories, shoes, or the like was foolish. In any event, it would likely be laid back no matter what it entailed, considering Rena would be there. It seemed like their activities would be simple too.
以上、19世紀の服飾文化の変遷を見るに、現代ファッションは15年間隔の半期に入っており、つまり50年代の美術中期の反転に合わせて、
その意見はわかりますが、現代はインターネットをはじめ、高度情報化社会です。20世紀までの文化周期を当てはめるのは少数では。
He's just sitting there like.
そうした意見に対するデータもまとめてありますので、資料7をお願いします。
皆さん、資料7に移ります。
This wasn't quite what I expected. I figured something more casual, or for them to chat about modern fashion trends. Something like this. Swoosh, swoosh. Swoosh, swoosh.
なんか、新しく言ったネイルのとこ、もう超イケてなくて最悪。
最悪。超ベリバー。
でも、あの店イケ
メン。それな。
Something like that. I had imagined an incredibly foolish sounding get-together, and yet...
資料7で提示した通り、文化周期の変遷は21世紀現在も過度な変容は見られないものであり。
よくわかりました。美術文化的見地からのファッション類推のまとめ。ありがとう。
はい。意見の反証、ありがとうございました。
This was less of a discussion and more, a summit at this point. They all sounded super intelligent. Oh yeah, Rena had successfully enrolled into Noble Academy, which scored 2 standard deviations above the means.
疲れた。
We finished talking and Reina walked towards me.
もう、大変よ。みんなの前で喋るって超緊張。ほんとつららつらたん。お疲れたん。
You really did act this silly too. That certainly sounded like it.
なんで敬語?
I knew it was Reina when she spoke in her casual, slangy speech pattern. Was her earlier demeanor just an illusion?
ファッションって聞いてきたのに歴史の話してるからビビりっしょ。
A little. They were giving a history lesson. My brain couldn't keep up halfway through, so I hadn't retained a word of it.
ファッションってなんだかんだ繰り返すものだから、勉強するにはどうしても習得の歴史がいるんだよね。
I see. That's wonderful. Who could have thought it would be a get together? It would be a get together with such smart people. Kind of think of it, the other girls did sound just as bright and cheerful as Reina.
お疲れな。
はーい。今日のよかったよ、レーナ。イェーイ
でしょー。ウェイ。
I wish I could only get the second part.
シェーイ
Or maybe not. Yeah, nah, these girls had also scored two standard deviations above the rest, but
なんか、新しく言ったネイルのとこ、ちょいバビってて、目はも
レーナ、雑魚ビルこと多いよね。
ちゃげな。あっこ、イケメン多くね
う、それな。
well, I complicated stuff out of the way, they more or less transitioned to talk about exactly what I had envisioned. And normal discussions after you peeled away the varnish. Normal Academy wasn't to be taken lightly. Headed back to the classroom. Now we can skip again. Meaning I'm going to skip and then get myself a new cup real quick. So, yeah. Be right back. Alright, I'm back, and surprisingly it stopped here. Huh? Fuck was that? Could I accidentally skip something I shouldn't have? I'm 100% sure I skipped something I shouldn't have. Here. A first night away from home. Dine.
張り切ってどうぞ。
Continue skipping after choice. Yes? Simultaneous excitement. Okay, so I am just crazy. It just kind of stopped skipping for whatever fucking reason, and I don't know why. Unappreciated. Adorable. Okay, it's a case of it stops skipping after, it stops skipping after its incision. Is there a way to change that? Text. Nope, seemingly not. Okay, so that's a bit of a bother. Oh well. Anyways, I got myself a new glass. Hold on, did I close the did I put up the fucking sign again? I'm pretty sure it's already obvious we're gonna be going for Reina-Route. Just felt right to go for her lesson thingy. We are actually gonna go for her route. Only right and all that. It's sure gonna take a while to fucking skip through all that. Ah, boy. Let me actually try that. Just first. So, wouldn't go out of my way to eat it. I wouldn't go out of my way to avoid it. I wouldn't call it disgusting, but it sure as hell isn't good either. Mixing those two together. I should probably just like pause the game and then keep skipping. You know what? I'm gonna do exactly that actually. Say, alright, we're back here! And as you can see, Akane is now unlocked. And honest to God, again, looking at Akane's name, I'm going to make the headcanon that she accidentally fucked up writing her family name when actually enrolling into this academy. She's actually, like, Kiryu's, like Kazuma Kiryu's, like, stepdaughter or adoptive daughter or granddaughter or whatever. Anyways, so yeah. Rena. A passion for fashion. Okay, I like that name. And we'll immediately be hit over the head with the fact that this is going to be having a lot more to do with his history in sports.
本当にやめちまうのかよ、オロ。俺との約束はどうなるんだよ。
I'm sorry.
オロくん、私のためだよね。私のために、あんなこと。私のために、オロくんの夢が。
I like that. It wasn't for anyone else. It was for myself. I wanted to walk a path in life I could accept, free of feeling shame towards those around me. I wanted to be golden. That was all. Ah! Morning, huh?
おはようゲロ。起きる時間ですわよ。
This. Let's make absolutely sure it's set to. Oh, hey, don't skip unread text. Okay, don't skip unread text. Just make sure, save here, then press the skip button. It immediately stopped. Go ahead. Speak. That's the wrong one.
あら、もう起きてましたの。珍しい。
Morning, Mina.
先輩、おはようございます。
Okay, too. Good morning. Lively as always, I see. Oh, does it just always flicker on and off? It was 6 o'clock in the morning. Once again, a collection of boisterous voices had driven me out of bed. Also, somebody told me, like, in a Discord channel is that that they feel that in a way Ayaka and him are similar in wanting to be gold, and I just sat there like I don't fucking see it. Like blame it on me not having played the entire game yet, but I don't fucking see it. Like he just wants to make the best of his youth. He just used to want to make the best of his youth out of his youth, as far as I fucking noticed that thus far. while Ayaka seems so hell-bent on throwing him out just simply because he's a fucking commoner that she is actively willing to jeopardize the Japanese sortilege international relations. Alright. So chilly out today, huh?
11月に入って、とうとう冬本番ですわね。
今くらいの時期は、油断すると風が怖いですよね。
Yeah, which is why I always want to stay in bed.
それは甘えですわ。ほらほら、さっさと出なさいな。顔も洗う。
体操すれば温まりますよ、先輩。みんなもう、外で待ってますから。
Then the classmen girls sure were lively. My goodness. Strip. What's wrong?
いきなり脱ぐんじゃありません。びっくりしましたわ。
Oh, what's the big deal? It's just my shirt. I ordinarily got changed in the bathroom, but I decided to get undressed while I was still in bed.
まったくもう。こちら2人もレディーが揃ってますのよ。礼儀という
Mina
ものは
grumbled
わ
with
けないで
flushed
すね。
cheeks. But Akane spazzed and made a bunch of random noises. Despite their different reactions, they were both awfully innocent. Neither of you can deal with seeing a naked guy, huh?
体勢って、そりゃ、見たことないですもん。同年代の男の子か、とか。
そんな野蛮人、あなたくらいですわ。
Adorable.
逆に先輩は平気なんですか？見せるの。
It's not a matter of being fine with it or anything. I mean, I'm obviously going to keep my pants on, and it's socially acceptable for a guy to be shirtless anyway.
それは、確かに。
Besides, it doesn't bother me if you see me topless anyway, Akane.
先輩、それって、どういう。
It's kind of embarrassing, but I think of you like a close relative, sort of like a younger niece or a relative you'd hop in a bath with, you know.
恐縮です。
I like to think that Akane in every route has a crush on him and just doesn't want to admit it, like is too shy to admit it. And he's just constantly like pulling shit that slightly gives her hope if she didn't finish listening. Alright, changing complete.
不覚にも取り乱しましたわ。ところでゲロ。
Yeah? Mina suddenly came up to me while I was getting ready for my morning workout with Akane. Touch, touch. Why freak out about seeing me shirtless, then touch my chest like it's no big deal? She then ran her hands along my chest.
胸板を確かめたのです。適度に筋肉を感じますわね。腹筋や腕は日常生活でもつくものですが、胸の筋肉はよっぽどのことじゃつきませんわ。あなた、何かスポーツでもやってらしたので？
それ、自分も気になってました。先輩、スポーツ全然やらないって言ってましたけど、でも、動きはちゃんとしてますよね。学園に来る前とか、何かやってたので？
That's my little secret. Was another sunny day. After radio calisthenics, I got ready for school and had a decent amount of time to spare. I've been a little fixated on breakfast in recent mornings. The cafe here sure has got a pretty impressive spread.
そうですね。基本セットの他はビュッフェスタイルなので、レパートリーって意味じゃすごい数ですね。
Since it was an academy-affiliated cafe, it provided a super basic breakfast of toast, salad, scrambled eggs, and milk free of charge. You could even get a single cup of coffee on the house, and that was plenty to start off your day.
このお店、コロッケがすごく美味しいから、それを挟んでコロッケサンドにするのが朝の贅沢なんよ。体作りのためにタンパク質を増やしたいから、シーチキンとリンゴを足すのもおすすめです。
やっぱコラーゲンかな。ほら、11月って紫外線やばいって言うし、コラーゲンセットなら追加350円だし。
Rich girls are incredible. There was some staggering variety in the add-ons you could purchase. The extras weren't free and were often sold for 50 to 100 yen each. If you could spend 500 yen or so on an ordinary breakfast set, then that was a full enough meal to put together a hearty dinner too. Full enough a menu, not meal. With all the different restaurant delivery options at dinner time, you'd never expect it was a student dormitory with these amenities. But even the dorm-facilitated cafe was amazing. Once again, I'd really underestimated the power of Noble Academy. You could change your order every morning and you'd be totally fine. For today's breakfast, I had selected the German sausage set. A triple set of Arabiki sausage, pork, and herbs came to a total of 100 yen. What the fuck is an Arabiki sausage? Because I don't know about y'all, but that don't sound like German sausage to me. That's even like put as a Japanese style sausage. How dare you try to sell that as a German sausage set? Make that a good bratwurst, or at least Weisswurst. If anything, Weisswurst is better. Fun fact, anyone want to know what Weisswurst exactly is? It's not like just... like, I don't remember what exactly the content is. Let's just read the English Wikipedia entry for Weisswurst. A Weisswurst, literally white sausage, is a traditional Bavarian sausage made from minced veal and pork back bacon. It is usually flavored with parsley, lemon mace, onion, ginger, and cardamom, although there are some variation. Then the mixture is stuffed into pork casings and separated into individual sausage, measuring about 10 to 12 centimeters in length and 3 to 4 centimeters in thickness. I like how it says pork casing. Like, that is a very, very, like, kind phrasing, I suppose. It's guts. It's literally like pig gut. That's the skin of a Weisswurst. That's why you don't usually eat the skin. If I remember correctly. Don't quote me on that though. I don't make those kind of sausages. Never made, probably never will make. Alright, I should probably close that. There we go. Anyways. Was crazy cheap, yet insanely satisfying.
なんでこれまで知らなかったの？もう入って1ヶ月以上経つよね。
You're the ones who wouldn't let me in.
ああ、
I had limited access to this cafe until recently. I'd eaten the basic breakfast basically every day, but that was the only thing I'd ever had the chance to try. All because you know who had currently brought me the free set and nothing else every single time.
それは大変失礼しました。
Would you look at the bitch? Whoa. I hadn't noticed that the dodgy girl had closed in. After breaching the subject, Kaga quickly darted off. Damn her, she dumped this troublesome person off on me.
私としたことが気が回せなくて、市松さんの楽しみを奪ってしまいましたね。
That's not really.
こちらも 寮の皆が嫌な顔をするのではと思い、折衷案として間に入っただけのことですけど。私のいないところで恨みつらみを述べるほど根に持ってらしたなんて、本当に申し訳ありません。どうしたら許していただけるかしら。
I don't have any grudges against you, really. I got roped into an awful situation first thing in the morning. The boarders seemed to welcome me, though. However, Chokosaki decided to charge up her attack strategy now that she was the only one left who wanted to oust me. She would basically nag me to no end while maintaining a neutral position. Chokosaki probably wanted to keep me under a moderate degree of stress and wait for me to expose some shortcoming. Damn, I'd really made an enemy of an awful woman. And then...
なになに、オーロがあやかっちに何かしたん？は？何したさっさと謝った方がいいぞ、オーロ。
Another party entered and got involved from the opposite direction.
別に私が何かされたとかじゃ。
いやいや、オーロのことだから何かしたに決まってる。さあ言ってごらん、あやかっち。どんなセクハラされたん？乳揉まれた？お尻触られた？
いや、
謝りなさい、オーロ。あやかっちのエロバディにたぶらかされて、ふらふら言っちゃったのを謝りなさい。
I did not! I shouted at her. The topic of discussion was veering off to a pretty horrendous direction. However, thanks to Reina's obnoxious cackling, onlookers assumed it was all a joke and giggled as well. And then... Chokosaki couldn't stomach being singled out in our 3-person comedy skit, blushed, and left. Which meant I was free!
あやかっちは相変わらずエロ攻めに弱いですな。
You saved me. Rena shrugged it off, essentially telling me not to worry about it, and grinned. That was ideal interference, if you ask me. Chokosaki's methods were consistently on the brink of harassment, and were designed so anyone who intervened poorly would end up the bad guy. If I were to elaborate further, even if you chastised Chokosaki perfectly, it would cause turbulence on its own later on down the line. Reina's method of leading into a conversation Chokosaki would naturally not want to be a part of worked out so nobody got hurt. Talking. I thought this for a long time now, but her ability to adapt to any given situation was incredible. She was skilled at striking a perfect balance.
まあ気にしないで。私が粗挽きウィンナーが好きだ。それだけの話さね。
Who said you could eat my food? Jowed down on one of the sausage links for my breakfast.
いいじゃん。オーラのウィンナーを口いっぱいに頬張りたかったの。ダメ？オーラのウィンナーこんなに太い。あれ？すっげえしけづら。
You know, you do sometimes see pubescent boys overreact to dirty jokes, especially in manga written by women, but real men aren't that stupid.
なんだ、残念。
What sucks about it exactly? Oh well, she did rescue me, so I could probably spare a single sausage link. You tell dirty jokes at 7:30 in the mornings without a moment's hesitation, huh?
いいじゃん、別に。
Compared to the angels who screeched the second they saw my chest, it seemed awfully scuzzy.
薄汚れた言うな。
Huh? Suddenly Reina's glance landed on my face. She was staring at me. What was that?
オーロ、コーヒー牛乳飲む？
I'm the type who takes his morning coffee black, actually.
でも、コーヒー牛乳の方がいろいろと、テンション上がるっしょ。
Huh?
いいならいいや。
Off she went. What was that about? Talk about a weirdo. But come to think of it, I guess I didn't know much of anything about Reina.
おはよう、オーラ。
おはようございます。
I headed to school. It had already been just under 2 months since I enrolled at Noble Academy and was already fitting in like a glove.
今日の科学は予測計算の課題が出ていましたね。やってきましたか？
Of course not. Let me copy yours. My studies aside anyway, I certainly tried to fit in, but... Sylvia, you don't have any friends, do you?
あら、ご挨拶ね。
腕を落としますよ。
Pardon me.
私、友達少ない？
You're only close with me and a couple of other people, right?
かもね。
It wasn't really a matter of friends or anything like that. It made sense with our class, when both Sylvia and Elle had established themselves as being out of place. Setting myself aside, there were very few who could calmly approach the princess and drum up a casual conversation. Those who did approach her didn't seem so much like friends as much as fans. They only seemed to want to watch and squeal from a short distance away. Sylvia herself was friendly to all of her classmates, so their relationship did seem decent to me in its own right, but when I started to think about it, you're awfully close to her, huh? I looked over at Reina. She was off chatting with her other friends in class today. You shouldn't sit like that, Reina. I can see your panties. No, you literally fucking can't. You literally fucking can't.
レーナ
You seem oddly close to her. Aside from me, Sylvie was on especially good terms with a goofball like Reina. Given the circumstances, it was a big deal that the Princess Sylvia would stay the night in Reina's room without batting an eye. Did something happen between you two?
何かって
Did you two run away together at some point, which led to Elle tracking you down and nearly lopping Reina's arm off after tossing her around a little?
そんな命知らずをやらかしたのは、私の知る限り一人だけです。
Oh, don't worry, I love you too, Elle. For sure, there was no way an accident like that would happen repeatedly. But in that case...
ないわよ。特に何も。レーナとは特に何もなく仲良くなったの。何があったわけでもなく近づいてきて仲良くなってくれたのよ。レーナは。
So she's just a communicative wunderkind. She replied happily.
納得できないって顔ね。
That's not really it. And it was different from other girls. Hold on, my fucking hair is annoying me. It was normal to assume something must have sparked their relationship.
オーラにも分かってるはずよ。私がレーナと親友になれた理由。わからないなら、今日一日じーっとレーナを見ていることをお勧めするわ。
Okay, he just walks over to Reina, just like in her face there, just... I was told to watch you very closely today.
すぐにわかるから。
So?
何オーロ。なんか用？
Not really. Reina noticed I was watching her and walked over. I shook my head and told her it was nothing. She headed back to her group like it was no big deal. Then?
ねえねえ、あやかっち。あやかっちも思うっしょ？今日のメゴチン、チーク行きすぎって。
そうね。ちょっと濃いわね。
そっかな。
前々から言ってるでしょ？化粧はまずすっぴんであることを基盤に配置すべきと。ねえ。そういうレーナは今日はちょっとまつげ濃いけど。
わかるかな？マスカラ新しいのだから分量わかんなくて。
Sorry about this, hold on. Whoops. Probably trying to get some fucking microfiber down here.
まったくもう。
Setting aside the fact that she managed to become friends with Sylvie, she was even on pretty good terms with Yokazaki. She was friendly with all of us. That was super impressive in my book. There were people in class once in a while who could pull off this balancing act, but I did wonder how they managed. Even Jukusaki admitted to hating me just because I was a commoner. Reina should be the same as me in that sense. So how would you overcome it? Kisaki Reina. It had been 2 months since I had come to Noble Academy, and we hadn't known each other for very long, and yet she was a hard woman to get a handle on.
Kisaki ね。
You know her?
名前だけは。あいつ寮では有名人じゃん。
Wow. Hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on. Oh no, I don't have. Well, it was yay. I never expected someone like her to know anything about Reina. So, why do you say she's famous? Other than myself, I hadn't heard about anyone being especially noteworthy since I enrolled here.
誰とでも仲良くなれるタイプ？もっと言えば、誰とでも仲良くなりに行くタイプ。
Every now and again, I'll just look over above the game and notice the fucking folder called back of Ed Cells. Because I had to update the game once. Due to like a big update which changed a lot, so I didn't want to lose the save, so I basically made it back up first. And now it's just up there, and I forgot to put the D in front of dead. Now it's just a corpse without a penis.
俺のとこにもちょこちょこ会いに来たっけな。
Oh yeah, I guess you did know about you too. Did you get along with her?
それは、ないと思う。会話自体はほぼしたことない。でも来るんだよな。低学になった時とかちょこちょこ来ては、元気出せとか気にするなとか。
So she kept coming over to cheer you up even though you didn't want her to?
うぜえ。
Yeah, it made sense who they... Why they wouldn't be especially compatible. Even so... She must have been worried about the fact you got suspended.
わーってるよ。
Leah seemed a little bothered that she'd painted Reina in a bad light at the time. She felt guilty for being so unsociable, but her heart seemed to be in the right place. Deep down, Leah really was a good person.
端的に言えばいいやつなんだろうな。
Sure enough, too. If nothing else, remember the name of a certain someone who takes zero interest in other people.
うるせえ。
Leah turned away.
俺は他人に興味がないだけで、名前まで忘れるほど無礼者じゃねえよ。ダチの名前でも気軽に忘れる誰かさんと違って？
Ugh, she'd be right where it hurts. Sorry about that, Soma-kun.
君言うな。
Leah clicked her tongue. She put me in a tough spot whenever this subject came up. We really did meet a long time ago, didn't we?
無礼者。
Sorry. I couldn't remember. I remembered Sylvie based on whatever I'd heard. Based on whatever I'd heard, Ria had definitely been there with us, but I couldn't remember. Sorry. It's gonna be a case of Soma-kun had black hair.
いいって別に。こっち女子のチームで、男子のグループとは基本分かれてたし。
Yeah, yes. Ria wasn't the only person I was blanking on. Other than the boys I hung out with, the only other person I remembered was Sylvie, and that was because of how much she stood out.
あいつのことなんざピンとも来てねえだろ。
Now it's gonna be a case of they knew Reina as well, huh?
なんでもない。
She stuck one of her favorite cigarettes in her mouth and faced away. Doesn't look like she was going to elaborate any further. Started to feel uneasy and hurried inside. Let's see.
オロ、どったの？
Nothing. My feet had naturally led me to the fashion studio, a classroom Reina often visited. This was just about time they called it a day, and I caught her on her way out.
なにファッションに興味出た？もう帰るとこだけど、おもちゃにしていいならお着替えパーティーしてあげるよ。
No, thank you.
なんだよ。男の人形少ないんだから遊ばせろよ。
Reina laughed in her usually easygoing way. I dropped by since I felt like seeing her, but I hadn't considered what I'd do once I got here. I didn't come for any real reason, so see ya.
ああ、うん。
Waved and said goodbye. What to do now? When?
用事ないなら一緒に帰ろっか。
Huh?
私も用事ねっからさ。一緒しようよ。ね。
She squeezed onto my arm. Her boob was hitting me a little. Well, I guess so.
うっし。
I gave the okay after being drawn in by her boobs, but Reina let go as soon as I agreed. She headed back to the fashion studio when...
ごめん。今日はね。ごめん。じゃあね。
She came back.
帰ろっか、オーロ。
Sure. But it looked like she actually did have plans that she just bailed on them. It was normal to go home together if neither of us had anything to do, but she came with me despite having plans with one of her friends. Now, perhaps I'd gotten the wrong impression, but, We headed back together. With that said, we were both dorm dwellers, and this wasn't some bittersweet after-school outing. Our way back to the dorm was nothing but no more than two of us going to the same place. If I had to describe it...
お邪魔さまーす。
Yeah. Someone let the two of us coming back to my dorm room.
オーロの部屋来るの久しぶりかな。
You haven't shown up for a week or so?
か。久しぶりってほどでもないけど、ちょっと遠くなったくらいだね。エロいもの。
Don't immediately dig through my stuff.
礼儀だろ
I wouldn't build up my porn stockpile in just a week's time anyway.
でも増えてはないけど、置いてる順番が変わってない？
Well, yeah, whatever's been used would move to the top.
ああ、使ったね。ああ。
Why are you getting embarrassed when you're the one who brought it up? She loved dirty jokes, but couldn't handle anything especially lewd. Well,
今
anyway,
日手土産を持ってきた。
what's this all about?
あよ、コーヒー牛乳。
What's this all about? There was a container of coffee milk that they sold at a convenience store.
まあ、ぐいっと行きたまえよ。迷った時はコーヒー牛乳。コーヒー牛乳で乗り越えられない試練はないぜ。
Is this some new type of stealth marketing? I took the drink, poured it into my mug. Gulp, gulp, gulp.
どう
It's sweet. It's a freshening sweet flavor would nearly give honey a run for its money due to its enhanced richness and coffee-esque aftertaste. Ooh. So this was coffee milk.
どうよ。辛かった昨日にバイバイでしょ。
Yeah, I wonder what it is. It has this mellow sweetness and semi-bitter spice. I really admired these sorts of mature flavors when I was younger.
だよね。コーヒー牛乳ってのはさ、赤ちゃんみたいに優しいのに大人の味なんだよね。
Yeah, relaxing. So what sparked all of this? I appreciated her support, but why'd you come all of the way to my dorm just to watch me drink coffee milk? That reminds me, you were talking about coffee milk this morning, too. What's with the stealth marketing? Land a job at Star Hooks or something?
だって朝からでしょ。朝の時点じゃ大丈夫かと思ったけど、やっぱりつらたんだったっしょ。
Huh?
いいの何も言わなくて。ほら、もう一杯飲みたい。コーヒー牛乳はすべてを忘れさせてくれるから。
Sure. Ho ho.
忘れた。
I forgot. Actually, it's creepy since it feels like I'll actually forget. It's like I'm being taken in by the shallow brainwashing.
辛いことは飲んで忘れるに限るって。ほれ、飲め。
I can't drink anymore. Ugh. Coffee milk was tasty, but it was still pretty gross if you chugged 500 milliliters at once. I decide, what painful stuff are you talking about?
朝からなんか辛そうな顔してたじゃん。
This morning? We were talking about why I was upset this morning, then you stealing one of my breakfast sausages was 90% of it. It was 10%. The last 10% was because it was outrageously cold.
でもその前、ラジオ体操。 してるとこ上から見てたけど、なんか浮かない顔してなかった？
Kept thinking, wow, I'm tired, and oh, it's so cold.
そんな軽いもんじゃなくて。
I was a little startled this morning during radio calisthenics. I was honestly feeling a little down in the dumps. I would have completely dissipated by breakfast time. The dream I had today. A lingering depression had been from that dream.
でも朝ごはんの時には立ち直ってたっぽいから大丈夫だと思ったけど、さっきの顔色見たらやっぱりさ。さっきはなんでへこんでたん？廊下で会った時もなんか顔色暗かったよね。
Her chat with Ria had been a little awkward earlier, so I had been somewhat upset. She picked up those tiny details of my expression. What the heck, are you a mind reader or something?
さすがに心までは読めねえけどもさ。でもほら、やっぱりへこんでる人ってそういうオーラみたいなのあるじゃん？
So she's basically hypersensitive to that kind of stuff. She is slightly nerfed social butterfly Hoshina. Oh my god, she's Shuji and Meguru's kid. She's the daughter of Shuji and Meguru. I guess. Kinda got what you meant.
なら元気づけてあげたいじゃん。うざって思われるかもだけど、そう思うだけでも結構気分とか晴れたりするしさ。
すぐにわかるから。
How about that?
何オーロ。黙っちゃって。
Nothing. Now you're, one of those, huh?
ん？
A busybody.
やかましいわい。自分でもちょっと自覚あるわい。でも仕方ないでしょ。こういう性分なの。つらたんな人、腐ってる人。そういう人を見過ごして、後から気になるくらいなら、最初からおせっかい全開で言った方がいいでしょ。そりゃあ相手にはありがた迷惑なこともあるだろうけどさ。あたしゃやらない善よりやる偽善なの。迷惑かけたら素直にごめんなさいするからいいの。
Yeah, I know. She was a busybody, but being a busybody was an ability that took some immense courage, if you ask me. It meant you'd established a way of life where you could be proud of yourself every passing second. That was ridiculously difficult. An unashamed way of life, one that required an immense amount of courage. It was a fruitless path with no real destination.
もういい。こっちもどうしてへこんでたとかは聞く気ないし。元気は出たんでしょ？ならいいから。帰る。
And I was acting like a fish out of water, blushing bright red, tried to make a quick exit. Hang on a sec.
何？
She stopped mid-step, and it was pretty cute when those normally optimistic eyes of hers glistened with shyness. I wanted to see her this way a little longer. I'd like to thank you for the coffee, Mom. Want to go grab dinner? It'll be my treat.
いいの？
I got curious after a certain somebody made off with my breakfast sausage this morning, and I found a German restaurant we can visit without ordering alcohol. I like the thought that they cannot, just like, German restaurant? Fuck, we can't get in this one without ordering beer. How many are in the city? There's like 12. How many will allow students to go there and eat without ordering alcohol? There's only one. Everyone else will force beer down your throat. I think it's a bar, so I don't recommend going alone, but I'd love it if you joined me.
へえ、ドイツ料理のお店。珍しいね。
You like nice thick wieners, don't you? I'll help you stuff your mouth full of them.
極太が癖になったらどうしよう。
And it was back to her usual hyper self. With that, we set out into the nightlife of the city. It had been 2 months since I came to the Noble Academy. I completely acclimated to my surroundings. It was all thanks to her. Come on, show me the inside. That's fucking adorable. Show me the inside. I wanted to fucking judge how authentically German it is. Is it proper German beer? Or do they sell American piss over there? I've been captivated by her ever since I enrolled here. What I learned as a result was...
サキさん狙ってるやつくっそ多いぜ。うちのクラス。てか、学年じゃ一番かも。
Wow.
大変魅力的な方ですからね。お友達も男女問わず多いですし。
Sounded like Reina was popular. Compared to Sylvia or Elle, who were considered out of everyone's league, Reina's rise to popularity was thanks to her cuteness being on a more realistic scale. She doesn't have a boyfriend or anything, right?
ですね。聞いたことがありません。
ま、所詮は庶民だから、俺たちに言わせれば、声をかけるのははばかられる。
I just hope this doesn't go the same way as a certain other person voiced by the same voice actor. Yuki from Noratoto. I think she was voiced by the same character. Pretty sure. By the same voice actor. She should be Haruka Sora as well. Why am I just... Nah, I'm high. Haruka Sora was Michi. I'm fucking retarded. Who was Yuki then? Hold on. Oh, I did not realize that she actually voices Hanako in Tsuchi's on the Reina-Route. I think that's actually one of the ones I didn't catch. Oh, and Nagi, and... Oh, I'm fucking retarded. It's just Sawa. I just didn't recognize the name since the voiced by says Kiritani Hana. I should have just looked for a second and seen that it was Sawa. I'm just retarded. Like, the moment I read the Nagi Kodachi, I was like, wait, hold on, I thought Nagi Kodachi was Sawa. And then I thought to check, and yes, indeed, I'm just retarded. Anyways, I just hope it doesn't go the way of her. Her route had a certain element which I really did not like. Despised it even.
でも西郷くん、前に家に誘おうとしたよね。普通に断られたけど。
言うなバカ
huh.
そんなことが。
違う、俺が持ってきた漫画を読みたそうにしてたから3巻まで貸したことがあったんだよ。それで4巻からも読みたいって言うから、なら家でって言ったら持ってきてくれればいいよって。
Ah, she sidestepped you like a complete natural. She wasn't even being cautious. That was the way you turned down a member of the opposite sex you weren't even the least bit interested in. Cheer up. Listen, I hear Yadoki Gairu's gonna put out a new cross-dressing manga.
わーい
まあ西郷くんは誘い方がプライドに凝り固まってなってなかったとして、普通に告白しては玉砕している人も多いそうですよ。
Yeah, sure is popular. I doubt there were many boys who would blatantly profess their love like that nowadays.
須崎さんはなんていうか母性的なんですよね。優しいというか、あったかいというか、ママよりもママっぽいというか、近くにいるだけで包まれているような気持ちというか。弾いてます？
She's no mommy. They were classmates, man.
いや、わかる。
包容力という意味ではわかります。だよね。
Huh? Everyone other than me seemed to have unified in a semi-creepy direction.
なんかこう、優しいのよ、空気が。
だよね、ママだよね。ママとかはともかく、慈愛を感じますね。
Huh? I had no idea what they were talking about, but, were people other than me always disagreeable? Motherly love. I hadn't heard a woman described in those terms anywhere but Fist of the North Star. South Star, I mean. Of course.
理想だな、ほんと。キサキさんみたいな人、いいな。
What, are you in love with her?
内面は最高ですね。あとは体が20歳上だったら告白していました。
I feel like you would especially have confessed to her if she was actually over 20.
アラフォーだぞ。
それくらいで完成されると思いますね、彼女は。
The men here had a very wide variety of fetishes. One thing I could say was, her inclination aside, the men around here sure found her easy on the eyes. There was one fact you could use to eloquently describe what sort of girl Kisaki Reina was. A marvelous thing indeed.
レーナのお話？
Yeah.
みんなレーナが大好きでしょ？
Sylvia replied proudly. A satisfied look on Sylvie's face showed just how happy she was that people were complimenting her friend. One correction. It wasn't just attractive from men's point of view. However, now that I think about it, I really am blessed.
何が？
Now mind, Reina replied as she sprawled out on my bed and nibbled on a potato chips.
レーナ、次のページ。
まだ読んでる。
はーい。
まったくもう、シルビー様、はしたないですよ。
Sylvie was there beside her. Elle was here too, but if you were wondering why she wasn't lecturing her sloppy behavior...
エロいな。白滝というのはこれでよろしくて？
はい、おそらく。それで、なりません、神なる様。白滝をお肉の横に配置することは、すき焼きの条理に反するとのこと。
It was because she was preparing the night's dinner.
なぜ白滝はお肉から離すのかしら？すき焼きというのはお肉が主役なのでしょ？そこからわざわざ遠ざけるなんて。
申し訳ない。わかりかねます。しかし、日本のすき焼きは、鍋奉行なる厳正な役職によってルールを定められており、白滝と肉の関係もそこに記されているとか。
奉行。日本の歴史で学びましたわ。遠く江戸の時世、桜吹雪のタトゥーを背負い、悪代官なる幕府の重役を切り殺していたジャパンはやはり封建的ですわね。そんな悪辣な男の定めたルールでも、伝統ならばと従わねばならないなんて。
いかな歴史も何かしら必要な理由がある。それが伝統というものです。ここは従っておくべきかと。
仕方ありませんわね。さようなら白滝。あなたのことは忘れなくてよ。
You can probably figure out the current situation even without much explanation, though.
エル、すき焼きできた？
もうしばらくお待ちください。今、割り下を作っております。
割り下使うんだ。じゃあ、関東風だね。関東風？なんですそれは。また奉行のやつめが何かルールを決めましたの？
It's fine, really. It won't change the taste.
楽しみだわ。すき焼き。
お任せください。
But yeah, we ended up having Sukiyaki today at Sylvie's request. As a princess, I was sure she had eaten delicious meals from all around Japan at her resorted meetings and business dinners. However, Sukiyaki was a luxury item for us commoners, and it hit us right in the blind spot. Not that I knew why we were having it at my place.
いいじゃん。ここが一番集まりやすいし。
Right. Yeah, may as well. It saved me the cost of a dinner. Getting to eat sukiyaki with a princess and knight wasn't an experience that came along every day, after all. Came along either. And then...
にしても腹減った。でも見たオーロ。シルビーたちが何気なく持ってきたお肉。超高いやつだったよ。
I am grateful they used ingredients that were up to their standards. Al's group had gotten all the tools and ingredients together for us. She and Mina were also doing the cooking.
早く食いてー。もうじき12月。なんかさ、12月ってすき焼きって感じだよね。
Yeah, I think I get what you mean.
そうなの？
Not that there's an actual
う
reason.
ち大晦日、12月31日は絶対すき焼きだったわ。
That's a coincidence. My family had sukiyaki a lot too.
ねえ、それで、締めのうどんがお蕎麦になって、
Dessert. Soba's gross when it's boiled. So you mean the kind you can dip in sukiyaki broth?
それそれあんまりやらないから大晦日だけの贅沢。意外とどの地域でも一人は通じる人がいる。日本人あるあるだよね。
面白いわね。ねえル、今年は私も大晦日の日、すき焼きにしたいわ。
年末年始は国に帰っているはずですので、私どもでは決めかねます。
残念。じゃあオーロ、あたしらはそうしよっか。集まってすき焼き。
As long as there's good meat in it. By the way,
ん
she's been chit-chatting for quite some time now, but, you're the only one not doing anything.
何が
Never mind. I only continued to laze around on my bed and refused to contribute towards meal prep. I'd noticed it a while back, but it seemed that Rena couldn't cook. Was she really popular?
てい
Ah! She dragged me onto the bed. What the heck?
いやー、さっきまでシルビーがいたからよかったけど、一人だと寒い。ちょっとそこ寝てて。あったかいから。
There's something else. It was true that it was a little chilly in the room right now. We were using an induction cooktop to heat the sukiyaki pot, so we cut the heater to divert electricity to it. Invite a man into bed without warning? There's no telling what might happen to you.
なんだエロいことする気か
Why do you sound happy about it?
いや、まあ、最低限の安全はエルチンがいる時点で保証されてるし。
True enough.
いいよ。来いよ。
She faced upward, practically inviting me. In a way that suggested it was fine to be erotic. But,
何よ。しけ面かよ。
no, today in class I was gossiping with the others about you.
何それ
It was an evaluation of the woman known as Kisaki Reina. As a result, we figured out you're extremely popular.
マジでいや、それは、まあ分かってはいたけどね。誰とは言えないけど、そこそこな数の男子からモーションかけられてるし。あ、ちょっとオーロ、エロい目で見ないでちょうだい。私そんな安い女じゃないぞ。
She covered her body with her arms and hands. Based on my early observations, I noticed this woman loved to use her own body as material for some absurd comedy routine.
だから何よそのしけ面。
I was just wondering why someone like you was so popular.
失礼かよ。
It wasn't that I didn't understand why she was popular. Kind, cute, and easy to talk to, those sorts of traits were more than enough to trance most men. But, I still didn't understand what that lovely, motherly thing meant. Motherly love thing meant.
でも、そっか。
Huh?
いや、教室でみんなと、ね。
And I laughed happily. What the? Crossed my mind.
できましたよ。
Now that dinner was ready, our conversation naturally came to an end. Incidentally, as for the sukiyaki...
ですからゲロ、さっきから肉ばかり取りすぎですわ。ちゃんとお野菜もお食べ遊ばせ。
Sorry.
お姉様は逆にお野菜ばかり食べすぎですわ。お豆腐とかいろいろあるんですから。
この糸こんにゃくって感触がいまいちだわ。
エロいな。すき焼きは生卵をつけて食べるのが作法とあったでしょう。ちゃんと生卵をつけなさい。
卵、生は苦手です。
まったく、みんなして困ったものです。ほら、キサキさんをお見習い遊ばせ。さっきからどれも均等に取ってた。まあ当然だよね。ほら、お姉様もキサキさんを見習って。キサキさん、よく見たらさっきから手元に寄せた白菜なんかがちっとも減っておりませんわ。均等に食べてるようで、お肉ばっかり食べてましたのね。バレたか。
Man, this meat's tasty!
だからバランスよくお食べなさい。
Ah, poor Mina. I expected as much, but you're a major hot pot connoisseur, huh, Mina?
しけな。私のどこが人殺しの遊び人ですこと。
Despite the noisy girl in attendance, we had a delicious meal. It was a real treat to have two princesses and a knight sitting around and eating a meal together. And?
あらあら、肉追加しよう。
Sure!
バランス
The most popular girl in class. Fucking adorable.
黄色ラブリッチェ。どうったの、彩香。
土曜だというのに気が休まらないわ。お父様に呼ばれていて。
いいじゃん、いいじゃん。パパさんが言うってことは、また芸能人に会えるんでしょ？
接待よ。まったくもう。10代の私がお酒の席なんて、風俗じゃあるまいし。
彩香は美人だから、接待で頼られるのは仕方ないよ。
不潔だわ。
ちなみに、今日の接待相手って？
なんだったかしら。鳴沢、なんとか。
I mean, I suppose Maria Bishop would need a nice pianist to accompany her singing, so getting Reka into the deal would be quite good.
嘘、鳴沢京也？すごく
知らないわよ。芸能人興味ないし。
それでもテレビ屋のお嬢かいな。
下品だから嫌いなのよ。どいつもこいつも。そう。下品だわ。最近身の回りのものみんなが下品。気が休まらないと言うなら、これが一番の原因ね。
まあ、ね。
それというのも。
So then, after taking on 300 grams of super spicy curry, that was an extraordinarily amount of spice built up in my system that day. Although it differs by person, your body can't properly digest spices, and it comes out as is. That means any spice I took in, collected at my... well, exit.
ああ、わかるわかる。ヒリヒリするよね。
お尻がですか？
粘膜だからね。
あかねちゃんは経験ないの？
辛くてバーニングなものはよく食べるんだけどな。
You've got a strong constitution when it comes to spiciness, then that's a good thing.
弱いとほんと座れないからね。その日一日。
Yeah. And it'd be fine if I just couldn't sit. But not being able to touch is the biggest issue, like if you put toilet paper in between, for example.
吹かないってことですか、先輩。
Don't get the wrong idea. I bear with the pain to wipe. Besides, we've got bidets and other modern conveniences these days.
水で洗うのはいいよね。だいぶ痛くないっていうか、痛くても気持ちいいっていうか。
Right. But then there's only one... But then there's only... That's only true when you put it on the right setting.
なるほど。
I'm sure everyone has experienced the destructive force of a bidet set to full blast.
ああ、わかる。
Like, what the fuck is this conversation?
知ってます。あれドリルですよ、ドリル。死ぬかと思った。
経験ないな。
I was one time accidentally used the strongest bidet setting after eating a whole lot of spicy food, and it was in real agonizing pain. Called it a drill? That's accurate. I thought it was going to pierce my butt and shoot through into my brain. Man, the pain was so intense, a part of me thought, just finish the job and end me already. Okay, that's enough of my scary story.
ああ、怖い話大会にはどうよって話だけど、確かに一番怖かった。おや、早か。あんたも混ざるかい？
結構、用事がありますので。下品！庶民の下品さが猟銃に感染してる！
まあまあ。
まったく。一末往路。 あいつのせいでノーブル学園がめちゃくちゃよ。
I got some sort of chill. Had a feeling someone was directing some major bloodlust my way.
どうした？
Like, I feel like Ayaka's mad about me again. Oh, nothing much. When I came back to my room, Rena was there. Perfect timing, as we could spend my day off reading manga or something.
さっきなんか外で盛り上がってたな。
Also, today while I was like going into the fucking living room, waiting for my food, my little sister was watching like the new that new DuckTales. Like, is it a reboot? I don't fucking remember. And why is it good? Like, why is it kinda good? Like, I kinda wanna like watch the entire reboot. Or whatever it fucking is, I don't care. Anyways. Yeah, we were having a scary story contest of sorts and I joined in.
Aww.
Should still be going on outside.
なんか尻の穴がどうとか？
I think that was a little vulgar to talk about with rich girls. Ended up telling that story since it was the one episode of my life guaranteed to be hilarious.
いいんじゃね？お嬢様方も下ネタ好きって結構多いぜ。
They are?
大嫌いなやつもいるけど。
I wonder if Chokosaki overheard. Scary.
いつの間にか寮にも溶け込んだよな、お前。
You think?
1ヶ月前までなら、怖い話大会なんて、お前が混ざってきた時点で話するまでもなく優勝だろ。
Well, maybe they were that afraid of me. Looking back now, man, time immediately after transferring in was depressing. It's a survival incident caused by the heavy rain had most certainly turned the tides. If nothing else, I could be out in the foyer without constantly being demonized by my dorm mates, and that was a huge development by itself. There was also the fact that Mina moved in. Mina stood out as much as Sylvie did. Once she started looking after me, the boarders stopped treating me like I was dangerous since I was on such good terms with the Kaminal. But do you really think you can go so far as to say I'm integrated? There were plenty of rich girls I could talk to on a personal level, like Kaga and Akane, but I didn't feel I was fully integrated into the dorm. At the end of the day, I still didn't fit into the ambience of a woman's dorm. Or so I thought, anyway.
溶け込めてるよ。こういうのは主観より周りの目が大事だろ。俺の目の方が正確だ。
Really? She said so. At the very least, it looked like I fit in from a third party's point of view.
あいつに感謝しとけよ。
I know. Her. It was obvious who she was referring to. Certain someone who was friendly with all the boarders. There was no doubt that my dorm mates had started to see me in a more realistic light because I was friends with her. Even more so than because Mina was watching over me. I'm grateful to her.
だろうな。
Maybe you'd call her a well-balanced person. A type that can get along with anybody. Rhea suddenly reacted to my comment. The well-balanced bit may have done it. Oh yeah, didn't you lecture a certain someone about balance this and balance that?
説教のつもりはねえよ。
No, it was a lecture. A lesson I was grateful for.
ち。バランスだ、バランス。重要な人間になるのは正しいと思う。
I believe she said. I do think it'd be bad to be an outcast in the dorm if I'm going to become a well-balanced person. If I'm blending in, then I'm glad.
かもな。
It wasn't because Rhea had said it to me or anything. I didn't think it was I was that kind of person. The type who wanted to strike a good balance and lead a laid-back lifestyle. A blessed life like that seemed so right to me. I had already graduated from a life where I blended in as part of something. Yeah?
タバコ切れてた。
She went to grab a smoke, but was apparently out and squashed the box into a pulp. Wanted to use this as an opportunity to quit.
いや、買ってくる。
Rhea left. I ended up tagging along with her as a result. This ended up being my first time walking outside with her. Why do you normally buy your cigarettes? I doubt the convenience store has them. Despite her flashy haircut, Rhea had a baby face and was quite short. If she tried to buy them at the convenience store, I bet the employees would give her weird looks.
無理ってわけじゃないぞ。私は20歳以上ですってボタンにタッチすれば普通に売ってくれるし。でも確かに変な目では見られるから、基本自販機かな。カートンで欲しいときは名取。大人に買ってきてもらう。
Don't vending machines require you to submit some application and use a special card to buy them now?
知り合いの名義で持ってる。
She showed me her card. You're such a stereotypical delinquent.
いい子じゃない自覚はある。
And then?
あら。なぜ市松さんと？
どうでもいいだろ。
We bumped into the worst person possible, but we avoided an argument after Rhea casually brushed her off. That one hell of a glare on my back! What's the deal with you and Sukiyaki?
どうって、普通だけど？
Wouldn't a fastidious person like her and a cigarette-smoking delinquent mesh about as awfully as imaginable? We're both boarders, so would you not be subjected to the same harassment I was?
いつも口うるさくは言ってくるな。タバコはやめろやめろって。それ以外は別に。
Doesn't sound like she's been subjected to any special harassment in particular. Sukiyaki hated me and me alone. Damn it, why? Out of nowhere, Rhea took a huge stretch.
そういや、街に出たの久しぶり。
I just decided to look over on Twitter just for fun just now, and one tweet that I saw immediately is, I saw a man buy a PS5 in person! They exist! You do usually hole up in your room. About the only times she ever went out were to the rooftop in the evening. I got the sense it was rare to even see Rhea in fair weather to begin with.
さて、ここ。
She seemed to have memorized the closest place outside the academy and stopped in front of a cigarette and vending machine. She held out her card in a familiar fashion and bought a single pack. By all rights, this should probably be the scene where I yelled out, "They're bad for you!" and stopped her, but I guess it was fine, really.
お前ってタバコには全然文句言わないよな。
You're Alison, what not's your problem?
煙たいとかはいいのか？タバコ嫌いなやつって結局一番気になるのはそこだろ？
I'm not bothered by it. Besides, you're smack dab in the hot girl territory. I can more or less forgive a beautiful girl for being smoky.
は？
Smoky old men tend to irritate me, though. It feels like I'm sniffing their bad breath, or like I'm sucking in their exhaled air. And when it's a woman, especially a beautiful one, it actually makes me happy. That's kind of weird, I guess. If they could make a law against anyone but beautiful women smoking cigarettes, I doubt modern-day anti-smoking fascism ever would have come to be.
よくわからんし、なんかキモいわ。
Anyway, it doesn't bother me.
そう。
There was an ashtray beside the vending machine, so she lit one up right away. Don't smoke while you walk. It'll be dangerous if you hit someone.
そこはわかってる。
Someone else. It looked like we were on the same page. I watched patiently until Rhea finished smoking. I wasn't bothered, but I was careless. I may not have bothered, but this was still full-fledged smoking. I'd forgotten that we were out in public.
市松
Ah! I was called to and turned around. There were 3 men standing there. All three were well built with seemingly uniform crew cuts. And they were all acquaintances.
タバコ
うわ、最悪。
From their point of view, that was probably how I was looking. That was probably how I looked right now. Since I was chatting away with good friends in the smoking area with someone actively doing so.
勝手にいなくなったと思ったら、こういうことかよ。
誰？
No one special, don't worry about him. I turned away. They no longer had anything to do with me. That was how I saw it anyway, but those three considered me...
ああ、久しぶりに会ったけど、人間落ちるときは早いね。
まあ、こんなもんだろうな。負け犬の最後なんて。
裏切り者は罰を受ける。世の中なるようになるもんだな。
They sneered at me, eager to pick a fight. Wait, calm down, ignore them. These weren't hoodlums, they were just riling me up. It wasn't as if they wanted to fight. As long as I left them be, they should leave soon enough.
すげえ女連れてんの。うわ、ほんとだ。びっちくせえ。
Like, he's just like, okay, they're just trying to pick a fight with me. Calm down. Like, oh wow, that's one hell of a girl. Looks like a fucking slut. Suddenly, like, all three of them with one fucking swing. Hey! But I snapped back at them. I didn't care what they said about me. But then Adia tugged at my shirt from behind. Adia shook her head to tell me not to worry about it, helped me somehow regain my composure.
随分と仲がおよろしそうで。行こうぜ。出演中に付き合ってると、それだけで肺にダメージ受けそう。
だな。俺たちはまだ将来有望。青春真っ只中の浜南野球部なんだから、体には気をつけないと。
They thankfully left in a hurry as they cackled out loud to themselves. Oh boy, the storm had passed.
悪いな。俺に付き合ったせいで。
Ria seemed to have inferred what happened, put out the other half of her cigarette in the ashtray, and pointed towards the dorm. It's fine, I tagged along because I felt like it. We headed back to the dorm together. Back towards Noble Academy. Once we made it to the dorm, I wouldn't run into them anymore. Wouldn't run into my past. Fucking adorable.
金色ラブリッチェ。
So you think you could, like, hire the knights to take them out? Just murder them in cold blood, or at least bring him to me so I can murder them. Listen, you don't fuck with you don't fuck with Ria. Ria's amazing, and I'm not fucking scared to use this bitch here. Yes, I finally unpacked the machete. Probably shouldn't be pulling it out of its casing here, though. That's most likely a very bad idea, but hey, since when have I ever had good ideas? It's really, like, hard to pull out, though. Because all the fucking things keep getting caught on it. And, like, want to try to be as careful with this as possible. Because I'm not about to cut myself on my own machete. Look at it. And back into it. Back in it goes. Very, very carefully. There you go. Nice and secure. It is very much a hassle to get it out, though. But yeah, that's my new machete, and I love her. I don't know why I called it her. It just, like, I didn't even, like, mean to make that kind of joke, like, yes, it's my favorite Bessie. But I just kind of, like, automatically called the machete a her. Anyways,
どうかした市松くん。
If I really give it some thought, Sundays may have been the toughest on me ever since I enrolled at this academy.
なんで？休みじゃん。
Days off mean there's nothing to do. This dorm was questionably far from town, so it was a hassle to walk to and from. With that said, there was nothing to do in the dorm either. It was probably fine for the other girls since the boarders all got along so well, but make entrance into the dorm was still a recent development, and I wasn't hot enough. I wasn't a hot enough guy to mingle along among the girls. Given how things are, it's boring when there's nobody to hang out with.
なるほどね。
What do you say, Kaga? Want to take pity on me and hang out for a day?
この後彩香と約束あるけど、混ざりたいなら。
I've got other plans. It would be in my best interest to avoid Chiwasaki at all cost. So much time to kill.
どっか行ってくりゃいいのに。
I'm not sure if going out for a walk for no reason. I'm not sure about going out for a walk for no reason. It's already gotten pretty cold out too. The temperature in late November was low enough that you'd want a reason to go outside.
友達と遊んできたら？
There's definitely no getting hold of Yuki Kuchiyo on a Sunday. He kept going on and on about something to do with lessons or high society.
録音寺くんは忙しいだろうけど。
Wonder if Reina's around. I haven't seen her since early that morning. Having her around would have been a game changer all on its own. She was the only one in this dorm that I could actually talk to
あん
normally.
た、うちに転校する前の友達とかいないわけ？マジ？
Wait, I've got friends like no one, like anyone else. But I haven't told any of them I'm at Noble Academy right now. It'd be a pain to explain to them what that I transferred, plain and simple. I don't doubt me, I'm really not a loner.
まあいいけど。
Damn, she didn't believe a word I said. I did have friends, damn it! Had, I should say.
レイコ、どこ？
On.
レイコ、どこ？
I did call her Meiko, but it says Monoko.
こっちこっち。今行く。
市松さんと話していたの？
世間話だって。
Off she went. I was genuinely alone. What to do now? When?
誰か保健の先生知らない？
は？
あかねちんが倒れちゃったの。病院
I couldn't help but panic by how spur of the moment it was, but I quickly sprung into action. Akane was sprawled out on the pavement in front of the dorm. Wonder what happened.
長距離走るって言うから、もう寒いし、私のサウナスーツ貸してあげたの。したら走り終わったところで。
Ah, sauna suit, huh? Even though she'd already taken it off, I bet she'd worn it over her tracksuit, which was now soaking wet. She'd simply swooned and lost strength in her legs, so she didn't seem to be in especially bad shape. Probably heat stroke from wearing unfamiliar clothes not carrying her inside. She'd catch a cold if she stayed outside while drenched in sweat. I carried her inside.
あかね、どうしたんだい？汗すごすぎ。何があったんですか？
She just got too hot. Can someone bring out a sports drink for her? The moderately cool foyer would be perfect, so I laid her out on the nearest sofa. Reina quickly bought an Akari sweat at the convenience store. Here, can you drink? I transferred it into a cup and brought it to her mouth. I slowly tipped it forward. Whoops.
すいません。
She choked. Once again, I had her slowly drink.
ありがとうございました。
Sounds like you're fully conscious. Do you feel sick or anything?
大丈夫です。ただ、ちょっとクラクラきただけで。
Since you're physically fit, I bet that caused your body temperature to rise all at once. No getting up, just rest.
はい。
I gently placed her legs up on the sofa's armrest and slid plastic bottles under her armpits.
何やってんの？
With each stroke, you need to stay hydrated, elevate your legs to ease circulation, and put something cold under each armpit to cool off. This also warms the drink up to make it easier to drink while you're at it.
詳しいね。
More or less.
大丈夫なんですか？
Yeah, you had her wear a sauna suit, right?
私の。
This sometimes happens to people when they wear sauna suits, especially the ones who go on long distance runs. Akane did run in track club a lot. Her body knew she was running based on muscle memory alone, but her body temperature rose too fast from wearing a sauna suit and running in such cool conditions. When purchasing a sauna suit, it should state somewhere something to the effect of, please break the suit in a few times on a running window.
そうなんだ。ウィンドブレーカーにちょうどいいと思ったんだけど。
Given how cold it had been, I was sure Reina was just trying to do something nice for one of the Trek or club members.
ごめんよ、あかねち。
いいえ、とんでもないです。レイナ先輩の気持ち、嬉しかったです。
Her symptoms were luckily quite mild, and she would be better in no time once she cooled off and got some rest. She would be fine now that she was able to drink on her own. Don't make that face, it was an act of kindness. This definitely bothered her. She looked flashy, but she was quite delicate. But Akane wasn't even worried about it either.
はい。それにしても市松先輩、すごいですね。熱中症にも詳しいなんて。
私も驚いたよ。足を上げて寝かせるとか聞いたことはあるけど、パッとは出てこなかった。
Well, yeah. I've collapsed due to heat strokes a few times in the past myself. I just remembered since it happened to me personally.
先輩も熱中症で？
Random insect on my table? Fucking dead.
あんた、運動部だっけ？
yeah, before I transferred.
へえ、いい体してるとは思ってたけど。
It's all in the past, though.
すごいなあ、先輩。私も先輩みたいに倒れた人がいたらパパッと救護できるようになりたいです。とりあえず熱中症の時は覚えておこう。水分を取らせて、足を上げて寝かせて、脇の下に冷たいものを挟む。でしたね。
Their armpits or back of the neck, yeah. There were apparently large blood vessels there that were great for cooling the body. It was a useful piece of trivia you could use on a sultry midsummer nights. Which you could use on sultry midsummer nights. Just put ice packs under your armpits when it was too hot to sleep and you were all set. It also depends on the person's condition. If they're unconscious, you should call an ambulance immediately.
そうなんですか。
There are also times where, even if a person is conscious, their mouth will dry out and they won't be able to take in any fluids by themselves.
さっきのあかねちんみたいに。
一回むせちゃいましたもんね。
If you want to be absolutely sure, you should still head to the hospital regardless. But then, you were able to drink like normal once you got some fluid in you, so I think you should be fine if you try a couple of times like we did just now, even if you wash it down by force.
ですね。救急車呼ぶようなことにならなくてよかったです。
She probably wanted to avoid causing a major incident and looked apologetic.
何度か試す。無理やり流し込むってどういうことです？水って無理やり喉に流し込むと気道が詰まって危ないんだろ？
Well, yeah, you wouldn't force it that hard. For example, you could slowly have them drink in stages through mouth to mouth. It was an effective solution for those who exhibited dehydration in deserts or the like.
マウスツーマウス。
口と口。マジ？熱中症程度で口移しで飲ませるとかあるの？
It happens sometimes, like when the hospital is far away, for example. I considered doing that for Akin earlier too. I mean, it's great that we were able to drink so quickly, but you did choke that one time. Thought to myself, maybe it's best to have her drink mouth to mouth for just a moment there.
先輩が口に口。
Like she immediately like tries to drink again and intentionally chokes. Like, see, you should do that. You should do that immediately.
おーおー、大胆な発言だね。
I didn't actually do it, do I? I only considered it.
実行してなくても大胆発言だよ。ほら、茜、想像しただけで顔が真っ赤に。
ふっしょー。
茜ちゃんが頭から煙出して倒れた。
あらら、熱中症第2弾。
Sorry.
はあ、
Rena was still upset even after Akane headed back to her room. I told you don't worry so much about it. You were being nice.
そうだけどさ、私は特に寮での自分のキャラには気を使ってるのよ。優しくて頼りになるレイナ先輩的な。中でも茜ちんは1年生じゃ一番仲良しだからさ。こういうミスは避けたかった。
Well, just means you'll be more careful the next time.
茜ちん、本当に大丈夫？
She'll be fine, I guarantee it. I'd seen heat strokes that minor a number of times. Knew she would be fine after taking her overall physical. I knew she would be fine after taking her overall physical fitness and the absence of risky symptoms such as unrelated cold sweat into consideration.
よかった。
Every now and again during the recording, all the fucking icons in the background, when I have it windowed like this, just start flashing and give me a heart attack. I hate it.
にしても。オール頼もしかったね。
You think so? Well, it's just a matter of knowing what to do,
本
though.
当だよ。見てたみんなの目ももっと変わったと思う。
Kind of think of it. I guess we caused a bit of a disturbance when a number of boarders came out into the foyer to investigate. Think people in the dorm will appreciate me
上
more.
がる上がる。
Will my story of creating a harem inside a woman's dorm finally begin?
それほどではない。
You know that.
でも普通に頼られる程度には。ね、ほら、もうこの量で十分好かれてるよ。
Hope so.
そうだって。教室でもそうじゃない。
金色ラブリッチェ。
He just basically becomes like the male version of Reina. Lunchtime. On that note, even if you imposed indiscriminate regulations on 2D lollies, I doubt lolicon offenders would have disappeared from society entirely.
しかしその方面に興味を持ってしまう場合の絶対数を減らす効果はあるのでは？
No, which is why I believe 2D lollies and real children are totally separate.
おう。
興味深い。
You know how 2D lollies are designed to do erotic things from the start? Even my dick judges them the second they show up. No matter how short they may be, or how they are toting around a school bag, those factors are considered after you presume they'd be willing to do erotic things and you dick responds to that. When it's 3D, you know they are kids from the start and the temptation of doing something erotic is non-existent from that point on. Regardless of what they're wearing, be it bloomers, a school swimsuit, or even if they're buck naked, my dick wouldn't react in the slightest. That's why, no matter how open-minded I may be to 2D lollies, the 3D lollies don't turn me on at all. What do you think of my theory?
興味深いです。
If I were to get everyone to correctly understand this concept, it would be an effective means to rehabilitate lolicon offenders of the world, and I think it would reduce the hunts against rashly regulated 2D lollies as well.
なるほどな。
What the fuck is happening?
しかし、ロリには本当にミジンコほども興味のない僕から言わせてもらうと、いささか疑わしいですね。実際に市松くんが現実のロリータを見た上で興奮しなければ信じられますが。
Again, I'm saying this having seen it in real life.
え？どこで見たの？
If you go to the bathhouse in my neighborhood around 5 o'clock, parents come into the men's bath with their youngest daughters all the time. I've seen more than enough nudity there, so it doesn't turn me on.
Huh?
What's wrong?
なんだって銭湯に行くと女の子が
裸で？
Yeah!
なんだって
You're too loud!
レナ、何見てるの？ああ、男子？ほんと毎日バカみたいな話してるよね。
うん。
すっかり打ち解けたよね、オーラ。そういえば。
いつの間にかよね。西郷とか最初はマストで嫌ってたのに。
なんだか嬉しそうですね。
なんでもない。ほら行こう。お昼ご飯。
うん。
After school.
それでですね、オーロくん。
俺たちみたいな貴族になると、いわゆる銭湯のような庶民の使う施設には馴染みがない。
しかし人生は勉強。馴染みがないからといって避けて通るようではいつか後悔する日が来る。だから、その銭湯に行ってみたいのですが。
Oh, the three perverts in the same class as the princess!
誤解ですね。僕に幼児愛好の趣味などないことはご存知でしょう。
You're clearly drawn to the idea of seeing a lolly, though.
そんなつもりはありません。でも、現実に動く裸の異性を一度くらい見てみたいというか、聞いちゃったからにはというか。
Graphic. I thought you liked big boobs, Kikuchiyo.
はい、ロリの趣味ゼロです。
Big boobed lolly is a genre that exists in the world.
僕が母性を感じられない女性になど興味ないことは、僕自身より市松くんの方が詳しいはず。
Some go out of their way to look for the motherliness in lolly, otherwise known as lolly mommies.
俺は、
The crowd that likes cross-dressers is usually into the sleek, fat-chested lolly still.
そんなことはない。俺はついてるのにしか興味ない。
That's weird. Well, in the unlikely event you'll awake to the power of lollies, I doubt you'd do anything criminal, but, going to a bathhouse together, huh? I'll send them there. I'll only tell you where it is. There's a place the next town over called Nishiki Bathhouse. There's an apartment building nearby, so quite a few families take their kids there.
おお。
やったー、行くぞー。
やっほーい。
Off they went. Wonder if it was okay I didn't tell them that it had turned into a den for lots of scary older men due to its lax tattoo policy. I mean, makes kind of sense that it's called Nishiki Bathhouse, and I know precisely one character called Nishiki. Nishikiyama, to be precise. Oh well. What should I do now? It was still too early to head back to the dorm, and Ria was probably up on the roof.
ねえねえ、ほら。
Yeah? Sylvia just so happened to turn up.
お銭湯って、私も一度行ってみたかったの。私にも場所を教えてくれない？
Sure, but I'll have to run it by Elle first. It was one of the few places left in Japan where those older men with tattoos could fit in, and it might disappear entirely if Sylvia visited.
さあ、楽しみにしてる。あと、一つお願いがあるの。レーナどこにいるか知らないかしら。
Yeah, I guess she hasn't come back yet. She's probably in the fashion studio.
実はレーナに借りてるものがあって、今日中に返したいのだけど。
姫様、そろそろお時間です。
というわけなの。
Well, she asked me to return it for her due to her tight schedule. Sure, I'll make sure she gets it.
ありがとう。これよ。
She took the item she apparently borrowed. The bomb? There's no issue returning something this small tomorrow, if you ask me. Princesses were awfully dependable with these sorts of things. She tacked on another please before she ran over to Elle. That'll be fine, just shoot her a text when we got back to the dorm and return it then, but yeah, I had an idea of where she was anyway. May as well take a trip over there.
あれ？何してるの、市松くん。
I came to see Reina. Is she here?
ああ、うん。
Several of Reina's friends were walking out of the fashion studio. When I asked where she was, they pointed straight
静
inside.
かにね。
She added upon her departure. Quietly? Reina was the only one left. She was drawing something. Oh. Rena had never seen before was sitting at one of the desks. I don't know why, but I really like that pen case. Like that's... I don't know why, I really like it. She was drawing something on a massive sheet of graph paper. That something was a sketch of a human figure. But it didn't feel like she was drawing a picture.
ここから 3.1 をめんどくさいな。20センチでアンダーは
She pressed several buttons on her calculator, did some quick measurements with her ruler, and drew several lines. This was one unappealing drawing style that would be sure to tick off any art teacher. She wasn't drawing pictures, she was calculating. Which had to mean this was... You're designing something, huh? She ignored me. No, she didn't hear me. She was so hyper-focused on drawing straight lines that her ears didn't seem to function. Might as well wait. Step outside of her view and waited, careful not to disturb her. Single piece of lip balm. Really did think I could just send her a message later back at the dorm, but... Rena was wearing a pair of thick, bookish-looking glasses. She was so focused on the task at hand, she had set aside her own fashion sense in favor of functionality. That just so happened to captivate me, since it was such a rare sight.
星の数素数17、19。偶数にして均等に散らした方が、でもそれじゃ星っぽさが出ない。
I've really gotten used to the burn of this. I barely feel it anymore. It's fucking dripping. Her mind was on overdrive in an effort to assemble a mental image of her design. I knew she was serious when it came to fashion. But I didn't realize she was this serious about it. In the end, Reina finished her work at the last second before the school gates closed. I did say something for the record. We talked as we headed towards the school gate together. Never met someone so focused they didn't notice a change in their surroundings.
恥ずかしい。髪今大丈夫？
It's not messy enough to be worth bringing up. Apparently her unflattering appearance in the back of the classroom was a touchy subject for a trendy girl like Rena, and her face was bright red as a result. I mean, she still looked adorable, so I don't see the fucking problem. She was squirming like crazy beside me. Rena was normally so aloof, but seemed relatively ordinary when she got like this. She really was cute. By the way, I'd like to ask something. Let's see. Did you pick out those glasses yourself?
いじるな、チキショー。
She got mad. Oh yeah, right, I didn't need to save that. Your hair doesn't get messy? Yeah, it looked really messy tied up like that. It didn't damage it, right?
一応髪質は素直だから平気と思う。今も治ってるでしょ？
Oh yeah. Her hair was back in its usual style at the moment. Her hair, which likely took a while to style into her usual hairdo, looked a little disoriented now after being tied up. Not enough to point it out, though. Yes, hair and whatnot would get in the way while you're working.
長いとどうしても集中した時に垂れてくると一気にやる気なくなるし。
Ah, that didn't affect someone like me, but that certainly would be a handicap for
今日
women.
はこの後帰るだけだし、まあバーッとやってそのまま帰っちゃえばいいかなって思って。でも、そんなとこを見られたとは。
Did they actually add like these strands of hair just to make it look a bit messy, or am I just high? There. Women are seriously worried about the strangest things. Was it clear that was clearly a line she was not willing to cross or something like that. She looked fine on her days off when she wandered around the dorm without makeup, but her hair seemed to bother her the most. Wouldn't make sense to a man. I'll avoid the subject of how serious you get when you're on the job for now.
はい。お願いします。
Alright, we're getting back up there.
ん
We're going back to the glasses.
いじるな、チキショ
She got mad. Didn't know your eyesight was that bad.
うん。基本コンタクトの人。
Gotta think of it, you have made some ridiculous faces when you look at your phone sometimes. But you're not wearing contacts then.
嘘。そっちも見られてた。
Whenever you squint your eyes, your mouth gets all crooked too. Watch out for that.
マジ
Be careful, you make strange enough a face that I have to blatantly look away.
ああ、言わないで自覚はあるから
Really hear the Michi in that one. Yeah, she was really cute. And back up and tell her she looks cute in a fucking paper apron.
ん
Look great in a paper apron.
やかましい
It was one thing she didn't want me to poke fun at and was legitimately peeved by my comment. Reminded me of an elementary school teacher.
普通小学生がしてるやつだし。
Oh, elementary schooler, not teacher. We were, of course, referring to the apron she'd worn while working. They were disposable aprons made of paper, and where they'd have them used during lunch at sophisticated private elementary schools and the like. They were no better than bibs as is, so even elementary schoolers these days would fold the edges and create ripples to show some fashion sense. But then I prioritized functionality over all today, so she'd left it as is in its bib-like state. She seemed disgraced to be seen that way and kept groaning, ooh, to herself. Well, don't worry about it, you look great in it.
似合ってたくないよ、あんなの。
Guess anything tacky like that was humiliating for trendy girls like Rena. Still though.
Nani?
Rena in an apron. It seemed kind of legitimately nice, actually.
何よ。まだなんか言いたいの
It's nothing, seriously. Better keep this one to myself. We'll avoid the subject of how serious you get when you're on the job for now.
はい。お願いします。
We're doing that, right? Clothing design?
うん。
I successfully shifted the subject in a direction Reina preferred. Is that how this whole design thing works? You were measuring lengths and stuff with a ruler?
ああ。うん。デザインといっても服飾的なやつで、昔あったデザインの再構築だから。
Reconstructing?
もう流行ったのをパクって、より良い形にしましょうってこと。
Huh. Wouldn't that be pointless?
ないね。デザイナーの仕事じゃない。でもさ、もう現代って新しいデザインは出尽くしちゃってるから。
All over myself. Great. Gorgeous. Fantastic. I'm gonna smell like tasty honey for the rest of the day. Tasty honey mixed with booze at that. Probably is a horrible smell, actually. Oh, that is a red spot. Jesus. News outlets often included images with their fashion-related articles. And those same pieces would provide insight into the latest fashion shows that were held by designer colleges where people would wear raw fish on their heads or snowman-like outfits that basically turned into a costume party. They were the sort of things Hollywood celebrities would only really wear at award shows and the like, and definitely didn't seem like they were wearing clothing designs. The clothing design market seemed completely saturated in the modern day, and it may be nearly impossible to create anything new. But isn't that enough reason that dragging out old designs would be pointless? I'd assume that wouldn't be any sort of achievement for a designer. Or so I thought.
違うんだな。
Reina was grinning. Sounded like this conversation was completely in her wheelhouse.
オーロってさ、黄金比って知ってる？
Ah, yes, I am. I went on a rant in one video about it. Golden ratio? What was again that thing where a roughly 1 to 1.6 ratio is the best when forming a rectangle, right? I'm talking more about the golden ratio thing in photography.
そうそうそうそう。正確には1対 1.618。
So then you divide it up into a square. The remaining 0.618 forms more rectangles and basically swirls around indefinitely, right?
黄金長方形の作る無限のパワーみたいな。
Ah, JoJo reference. So this is what lesson 5 is for. I'd heard of this. Many square-shaped objects used in modern day activities were based on this ratio. It was apparently where the 1920 to 1200 display aspect ratio came from. I don't know how to fucking say display ratios. So, what about it?
最近のファッション業界はね、こういう学術的な美観を用いるのが推奨されてるのさ。
Seriously? I thought wearing a fish on your head or turning raw meat into dresses were what was trendy.
なんか、人間が図形を見るときって、黄金比の物体を見ると安心感があるんだって。まあ、この学説は否定もされてるんだけど、自然界にもありふれてる形状だから、少なくとも人間の目が一番見慣れてる形状なのは確かだしね。で、ならそれを使えば、ファッションの与える美的感覚にも安定感が得られるだろうと。
Rena kept rambling on about complicated subjects. I thought she was just as dumb as I was, but she wasn't a Noble Academy student just for show.
もちろん長方形だけじゃなくて、例えば、スカートの幅は幾何学的に展開したとき、正五角形に収めるとかね。まあいろいろ。
Geometrically? I'd heard what she said, but I had no idea how to process that information.
ボタンの位置とかも、そうやって場所を決めることで、これまであったデザインを一段階新しいものにできるっていうのが今の動き。で、なら私もそれに乗っかろうかなと。
Oh, that is incredible.
理解できてる？
Not a bit. I was way over my head.
まあそれでいいよ。専門的な話だもん。要するに、黄金比に気をつけると、バランスの取れたいいものができるってこと。
Balance, huh? It was easy to follow when you put it that way. Only to the extent that it struck a balance, that is.
バカ友だと思ってた私が結構すんごいことしてて、ビビってるっしょ。
Yes. Design relied on mathematics. It seemed complicated enough that my interest waned the second I heard anything about it. With that, we headed back to the dorm. Before we said goodbye, we chatted a little longer. You're into some pretty complicated stuff, huh?
見直したっし
What a drag, and here I thought we were on the same level.
ょ。いやいや、遠回りに失礼かよ。
She was doing some incredible work. But when we talked like this, Reina was Reina. The usual silly friend and trendy girl. Honestly, I was far more relaxed when she was her usual goofy self. But that's a given since you wear those humongous glasses. Huge glasses are proof you're intelligent. You ought to see an unexpected side of you today. Maybe I'll write about it in my journal.
やめろ、チキジョ
I got the conversation back onto joking track, and Reina blew her lid while forcing a smile.
ああ、顔から火が出そう。あの姿を男子に見られるなんて。
Really shouldn't worry about stuff like
当
that.
たり前じゃん。女子にとって外は戦場、おしゃれは戦闘服。それを脱いでるとこ見られるなんて、全身くまなく見られたようなもんだよ。
Sorry for that.
ああ、顔から出た火が光線と化して東京焼き尽くしそう。
Was she Godzilla? And I wasn't taking it well and made a quick getaway to her dorm room. Felt bad at the end there, but Gotten the chance to see so many different sides of Reina today. She was smart and shy. There was also that unfashionable get-up of hers to consider too. More than that, though, seeing the side of Reina that was passionately devoted to her craft. Fucking adorable.
金色ラブリッチェ。
ねえねえ、レーナ。見てこれ。昨日レーナに貸してもらったのと、お揃いのを買ってもらったの。
あー、リップクリーム。
Sylvia brought an identical copy of the lip balm I'd returned to Reina
女子
yesterday.
には必需品だからね。大事にしんさい。
唇の手入れ、いつもはメイクの女中に任せていますが、女中はつけられない口内用の携帯具が必要になるとは盲点でした。ご忠告感謝します、妃殿。
いえいえ。
Lip balm, huh? It was December already, a season where it was essential.
ゴールは持ってる？
I don't have lip balm, I use this. Took a small bottle out of my
これ
pocket.
は、
ワセリン？
Yeah, it's extremely effective for fending off aberrations, frostbite, and a bunch of other stuff that's common in this dry season.
これリップ用じゃないじゃん。
スポーツ用の痛み止めのやつですね。ミントの成分が入っていてスッとする。
To be blunt, this is what makes up about 90% of lip balm. Petroleum jelly is far more useful if you're ever worried about anything other than rough lips. This is what I've used ever since I was little. Can't change it now.
そう。そういうこだわりってあるわよね。
ワセリンってお湯で溶かすと一人遊びする時のローション代わりになるんだっけ？
I don't do that! Much!
一人遊び？
遊び？
ごめん、二人の前でフルネタじゃなかった。
よくわからないけれど。ねえあら、ワセリンを否定したいわけじゃないけれど、こっちも試してみてほしいわ。
Sylvie popped the cap off. Sylvie popped the cap off the lip balm and showed it to me. Ah, peach scented kind.
そうなの。香りだけじゃないのよ。ちょっと甘くて。昨日レーナに聞いてすぐ気に入ってすぐ取り寄せたわ。とっても素敵なの。
With that, she coated her lips with the balm.
ペロペロ。
You shouldn't lick that, should you?
美味しそうなんだもの。
姫様、舐めてしまうと落ちてしまいますし、むしろ唇の荒れの原因になります。
もう分かってはいるんだけど、
She recoated them one more
ペ
time.
ロペロ。
姫様。
止まれない。
This girl was the perfect candidate for tasteless petroleum jelly.
本当に止まらないのよ。あ、ほら、エルもつけてみて。
は
はーい、ぬりぬり。
I'll put on some as well. But the two of them standing side by side, Sylvie's lips were pink and cute, while Elle's were a darker red. The additional glossiness from the lip balm only made Elle look sexier.
何か？
No. She had charmed me.
あ、でも確かに美味しそうな香りですね。味もほんのり甘い。舐めてしまう気持ちわかるかも。
She obviously didn't give them a full-blown lick, but she did pucker her thick, soft-looking lips. Oddly sensual for sure.
美味しいでしょ？
気持ちはわかりました。が、舐めるのはやはり。
分かってはいるのだけど。あ、オーラもう一つどうぞ。
Huh?
ぬりぬり。
お、
She spread the lip balm on without mercy. Sylvia putting a princess' lip balm on another person's lip. That's a little dicey in my opinion. Heck, given the order this happened, then it was like Elle and I shared an indirect kiss.
どうオーラ。
Yeah, it smells nice. I let it pass. Right, Elle, the smell, right?
そうですね。
Elle's cheeks were a little pink, but we shared a quiet look and silently agreed to drop this subject entirely.
二人とも気に入ってくれてよかった。私 私ももう一回、ぬりぬり。
姫様、いい加減にしましょう。
It was no surprise that Ella intervened when Sylvie brought the tube, which had just left my lips, back towards her own mouth again. When? What's up, Rena? Rena had noticed that we had suddenly stopped at what we were doing, and was staring intently at my jar of petroleum jelly. Well, I got a problem with it? I don't use it during private time. Much.
いや、なんかこれ汚いね。
I told you I didn't use it that much.
そういう意味じゃなくて。
She rubbed the jar. It did seem gritty and made a bunch of scratching noises. I honestly had treated it pretty roughly. I had thrown it against the ground and was covered in a huge amount of scratches and the like. She stared thoughtfully at the unusually textured jar. Give it back.
いや、
It's worn. It has seen much use. You know, that's not what I meant. I'm talking about how he has had this jar for a very long time, or at the very least, over the time he had, he often... There's no way to not make that sound like he jacked off. Anyways, she returned to jar. It wasn't really like I was bothered since she'd noticed. But it wasn't the sort of thing I had to outright inform her of either.
オーロくん
Ah! No surprise.
おーい市松てめえ俺らをはめたのか
ひどいですよ。
But what the heck? The guys were upset with me.
幼女だよ
いないじゃないですか、裸の幼女。
オーロくんのおっしゃる通りにすれば、裸の幼女が見られると信じていましたのに。いないじゃないか
詳しくお聞きできますか？
No need to ask, it's all a misunderstanding. I'll smack these guys around and shut them up for right now. That's somewhat a scarier person wouldn't say. So you're telling me you went to the bathhouse yesterday but didn't run into any girls?
はい。小学生は愚か、幼稚園児レベルでさえ。
もう見るとか言わないから、せめて女の子の使ったお湯に浸かれるだけでいいと思ってたのに、なかったです。
Yeah, that was too bad, but just like I told you at the start, customers like that only come around 1 in 3 times at best.
いえ、もう女の子だけならいいんです。女の子の裸が見られないくらい。俺たちだって子供じゃないんだ。分かってはいたさ。子供の裸見たところで多分そんなに満足感はないって。
行く前がマックスだとは思っていました。
I see it's a relief to hear you were going to stop before actually committing a crime.
でも、ひどいですよ。錦の湯って。あそこ、客層がとんでもねえじゃん
Ah, you ran into scary older men? Yeah, I guess I hadn't mentioned the possibility of them running into some scary tattooed men due to their lax body art policy. But...
怖いおじさん？何ですか？
違うよ野球部だよあの銭湯、浜南のすぐ近くだから、そこの野球部がガンガン来るそうじゃん。特に今の時期。最初のうちは近所のおじいさんが数人という客層だったのが、6時を過ぎたあたりで、急に30人近い筋肉質の男たちが大挙してやってきて。
怖かったよ。
Ah, these 3 sheltered, frail guys shared about the 30 beefy men from the baseball club. I bet they were terrified. They didn't pick a fight with you or anything, right?
それは、まあ。
でも怖かった。泣いちゃうかと思った。
I mean, try to hold that back at least a little.
浜南
Reina jumped into the conversation.
ああ、昨日こいつにいいところだって勧められた銭湯行ったら、鉢合わせてビビった。
He explained while casually leaving out the part about wanting to see naked girls.
まあ、隣町なら近いもんね、浜南学園。でも、なんで野球部ってわかったの？
そりゃわかりますよ。
有名人がいましたから。島棟梁。
島？
And seemed to have clicked with Reina, but...
あんたら島くんに会ったの？あの島くんですか？
アストで？てか銭湯ってことはお互い裸？島くん裸だった？
The brigade of girls were hooked. Some impressive branding for sure.
島棟梁。どっかで聞いたことある。
将来1億円プレイヤー確実と言われている野球界期待の星ですよ。
投げれば160キロ。
打てば1大会で6ホーマー。ちなみに参考記録ですが、走る時の速さは、プロ野球界ですら屈指の実力だそうです。
1億どころか、去年1年生の時点でアメリカの球団がいくつも視察に来てたんだって。
It's gonna be a case of it was like all of that was directed at Oro, but Oro stopped, or some bullshit like that.
アメリカの野球ってすごいんだっけ？
In terms of raw ability, an all-star lineup of Japanese pro baseball players would just barely beat a second-string American team.
うわぁ。ねえねえ、島くんって実物もイケメンなの？写真とかだと超絶かっこいいよね。野球部って大体ブサイクなのに、あの顔はすごい
よ。Girls could say some pretty crass stuff without batting an eye.
また有名な方とご一緒したのですね。あら？でも確か、今年の島くんはだいぶ調子を落としてらっしゃるのではなかったかしら。
ああ、と言われていますね。正確には、浜南学園全体が、今年は随分と調子を落としているそうです。
去年の春夏と今年の春まで県内じゃ無双。全国でもすごかったらしいのに、この前の夏は第一試合で負けたんだっけ？
はい。勝負は時の運とはいえ、残念です。
みんな野球詳しいね。
野球はどうでもいい。でも、男には詳しくいたい。
なるほど。
イケメンで将来1億円なんて、なかなかないよ。ほら見てこれ、超イケメン。
She showed us a picture on her smartphone. It was a picture of a championship victory in a middle school tournament and it featured Shima Torio hugging his catcher.
顔はいいね。でもでかすぎない？
身長198だっけな。確かにちょいでかすぎだけど、これくらいは許容範囲っしょ。将来1億円だよ。狙えるなら狙いたくない？
いいね。年収1億の旦那か。その瞬間セレブだね。
I like her style, showcasing that unsightly side of a side of woman like that. All the ladies were hooked and ultimately ended up talking about the baseball club afterwards, so it was like the bathhouse discussion never happened.
みんな何の話をしているのかしら？野球？
のようです。
疎外感ね。野球の話はよくわからないわ。
私も、せめてルールくらいわかればとは思うのですが。
あれは有名人にキャーキャー言ってるだけだから、ルールが分かっても入っていけないわ。あら、彩香。まったく下品ね。ノーブル学園の人間ともあろうものが、年俸がどうのだなんて。
気持ちがわからないではないですが、多少下世話なくらいが話も盛り上がりやすいのでは？
それが下品だというのよ。
彩香は私たち王室の人間よりお上品よね。
潔癖と言うべきかと、それもやや問題のあるレベルで。
庶民が来てからというもの、教室中が下品だわ。
リップクリーム？
Yeah, do you use it? On the way back, I stopped to see Dia for the first time in a while and brought up this morning's conversation.
特には。乾燥したらメンタムくらい？
That's wild.
そもそもタバコ吸ってるとあんま乾かないぞ、唇。
That's not the best hygiene, I suppose. Things that turned kind of awkward last time I came here. But it seemed like she forgot about what happened back then. And the mood was the same as it ever was. Ria blew the smoke from her cigarette into the wind.
寒くなってきたな。
It's been pretty cold during the day too. The temperature had dropped like a rock since quite a while ago. Slowly but surely, the wind had transformed into the wintry sort. Planning to stick out here through winter too?
さあ、気が向いたら来るけど、寒かったらやめる。
Huh. These old get-togethers might fade away entirely then. Might stop coming as would Ria. Would that affect our relationship too? I thought maybe you'd feel a little lonely. As always, Ria climbed up on the top of the water tower and joined her, two of us quietly waited for the sun to set. For golden time.
お前さ、
Yeah?
なんか今日テンション低いけど、
Do I?
リップクリームに何かトラウマでもあんの？
Nah, in fact, I made a pretty nice memory out of it today. And direct kiss with Al and Sylvie.
じゃあなんでテンション低いの？
Really think I am?
ま、言いたくないなら聞かないけど。
I see. You was so level-headed. She wasn't the type to intervene unless she had to. So, she didn't get involved. She was always watching me. Thanks.
何が？
For worrying about me.
心配程度で何がありがとなんだよ。気持ち悪いな。
Don't call it gross. That hurt.
心配とかじゃなく、ちょっと気になっただけだよ。普通のことだろ。そばにいれば誰だって。
Tsundere. Yeah. That is normal. Especially if it's a friend. Lydia smacked her lips as if to suggest it were merely a slip of the tongue. Friends. The word simply slipped, and yet I was happy. The sun finally set. Got down from the water tank. It was pretty cold, better hurry home.
しょっと。
Lydia was trying to make her way down, and I cleared some space for her. Need a hand?
は？
We are friends, isn't that the least I could do? I tried to saying in a joking manner. Lydia, however, looked positively
うる
pissed.
せえな、バカ。邪魔だからどいて。うわ！
Her foot slipped. Watch out!
ビビった。
Watch out, you freaked me out. Since the water tank's ladders was only a couple of years old, its smooth, rusty texture made it a tad slippery. She had nearly fallen off and I somehow caught her, which meant we'd avoided any major incident or injury. I caught her in my arms.
話せよ。
Sure, just be careful next time.
はいはい。たく、誰のせいで滑ったと。
Lydia complained as she left my grasp. Lydia was quite small and didn't weigh much, so as that thought crossed my mind, thwomp. Huh?
あれ。
For some reason, Lydia sat down in place. She was looking at her own left knee.
やばい。じわじわ来た。じわじわ痛くなってきた。
So that's what they meant in Scott's server when they talked about Reina's busted knee. You hit it?
えいててて。
Now that you mentioned it, I thought I'd heard some sort of low-pitched wham when she slipped. Looks like she hit her knee and was having trouble standing upright. Oh man.
おい、持ち方
How should I hold you then?
肩だけ貸せばいいんだよ。抱っこはおかしいだろ。恥ずかしい。
Given your height difference, given our height difference, I'd basically end up dragging you along behind me.
でも、そうだ、おぶってくれればいいから。
The person on the receiving end of a piggyback ride has to straddle quite a bit and is actually pretty risky with an injured knee.
だからって、俺、お姫様抱っこって言うんじゃ。
You're light, so it's fine.
やってることが重いんだよ、俺的に。
I don't worry, you're light. No, this situation is pretty damn heavy. Leah was acting kind of shy about it. It was a pain, so I better hurry and carry her to the outside. I wanted to avoid being seen as well, so we headed out and were mindful of any prying eyes. Should I take you to a
どう
doctor?
やって
I'd carry you like this.
部屋までにしてください。病院行くにしても自分で救急車呼ぶから。
She sounded on the verge of tears.
もういいや、諦めたから走れ。さっさと寮まで向かってくれ。できれば裏道で。
I've slacked on exercise lately, so it'd be rough to run while holding someone.
男らしさ見せんなら中途半端すんな、こら
She was expressing her anger in an unusually fussy way, probably the flip side of her embarrassment. But when she yelled that loudly...
何やってんの、オーロ。
Oh.
No.
No! Someone else who'd stayed late showed up.
クラスで幼女の裸が見られるスポットを教えてた男が、今度は幼女を誘拐している
Stop!
誰が幼女だ
Right, she's legal! Legal, I tell you!
まあわかってるけど。何やってんのその子。リアちゃんだよね。
Delinquent student who got suspended for smoking, so Maria, was relatively famous to some. He even says it so it's obvious that it's so Maria.
寮で部屋が隣なのは知ってたけど。いつの間にか、こういう感じ
Don't get the wrong idea. We are friends, but we're not doing this for fun. Her leg's injured.
そうだよ。思いやり的なあれだよ。文句あんのかてめえ。
うんうん。友達だから、足を痛めてるのを放っておけずにか。でも、
Whoops.
お姫様抱っこするかよ。
Circumstances call for it.
このタイミングで人生初めて思うとは思わなかった。死にたい。
Leah was heartbroken. Oh well. I knew Reina wouldn't thoughtlessly spread rumors. We headed to the dorm together. I stealthily lugged her into the
怪我ど
dormitory.
のくらいか見るよ。おいでおいで。
いらないって。
いいからいいから。お姉さんに任せなさい。あ、オーロはアウトね。ちょっと卑猥な診察するから。
何する気だ
I'll leave it to you then, Ria. Call me if she does anything weird. I can't say I'll come help, but I'd love to listen.
何する気だ
The two women disappear into Ria's dorm room. I retreated to my own room and changed clothes.
どこ触ってんだこら
触らなきゃ診察できないでしょほうほうお客さん。いいお尻してますな。
なんでケツから言ってんだ膝だよ膝痛いのは
膝。これは強く打ってるね。
Better make sure and see if anything else is banged up.
もうちょっとしっかり見ないと。
なんで脱がす
なんだかお隣が騒がしいですわね。
You know, I think love between women is a very beautiful thing.
は
It is fleeting, though. Once you give it a name, it becomes the sort of lukewarm lesbian affair you could find both anywhere and nowhere.
は
A girl who gets carried away easily and a genuine misanthrope. I think that when two beautiful ladies like that flirt in a completely humdrum situation, it is as close to a completely innocent female romance as it gets. I'd like to treasure moments like those.
よくわかりませんけど、今日は日曜の牧師みたいにすがすがしい顔をなさってますわね。よろしくてよゲロ。その爽やかな気持ちをお大事になさって。
After I spent a short while enjoying the voices I could hear from next door...
何してるの
An extraordinarily enraged shout came from the next room over. A short while later...
ただいま。
Welcome back, how'd it go?
せっかくリアちゃんと仲良くなれそうで、かつ難攻不落の不良ちゃんが好きだらけだから、ケツを揉んだ時点で仲良くはなれませんでしょうけど、追い出されちゃった。
Who threw you out? I looked outside and...
救急車を呼んだわ。ほら早く。大事にしすぎだバカ。あなた一人の体じゃないのよ。
Spotted Chogasaki just as she was carrying Ria out with her. That voice earlier was hers? For that matter. Ugh. She glared at me. Looks like she figured out I was involved. Wasn't sure what she thought happened, but that certainly lit a fire on the Chogasaki, who had largely simmered down. How's the leg?
骨折とかは一切なし。内身だかなんだか。痛みもほぼ消えた。ほれ。
Ria jumped and bounced in place. She was all better now, thank goodness.
たく、どいつもこいつも心配しすぎなんだよ。
I sure do.
てめえが一番だよ。てめえのお姫様抱っこが全ての始まりだろうが。
Sorry.
たく、まあ、とにかく、心配かけた。
Yeah. She was a courteous person, all said and done, and had come to tell me that first thing in the morning. I genially heard her out. That's what she told me.
うん。さっきうちにも来た。
Okay, so these strands were here either way, so it's not like them actually slightly modifying the sprite to make it look slightly disheveled. I'm the one who got put off for later. I went to tell Reina, but she seemed to already know.
実は前々から思ってたけど、リアちゃんって結構いじりやすい。
She's difficult to approach, but still a good person.
仲良くなれそう。
Be careful not to be too obnoxious, she's fairly antisocial. She was also liable to avoid Sylvie due to her past, which could complicate things with Reina, given how close they were.
はーい。
In respects, it should be fine since Reina was considerate of people's boundaries.
あ、そういえば私とオーロには来たけど、あやかっちにはちゃんと伝えたのかな。
Now you
て
mention
か
it.
それ以前に、あやかっちとリアちゃんって仲良かったんだね。
Yeah, do you think they're close? Chukasaki and Ria. I knew they were acquaintances, but I had no idea how close they actually were.
昨日も夕飯一緒するつもりだったみたいよ。
Huh? They're that close?
夕飯一緒にって入ってきて、で、私がリアちゃんを襲ってるとこ見られて、キレられた。
Huh, dinner. I ignored all that assault business. They sure do sound reasonably friendly. Not even I had eaten a meal with Ria. If that was part of their everyday routine, that meant she ranked more highly in Ria's mind than me, if nothing else. It was hard to believe there was someone that unrelenting loner was closer to than myself. No, wait, the more pressing question was, Chukasaki got along with a delinquent like her. That on my mind?
幼馴染なのよ。
Like it turned up out of the blue.
あの子はあの通りの問題児だけど、こっちとしても縁があるから、そのまま退学になられると微妙。それで目をかけてあげてるんです。それだけよ。
でも。
なーに？
いや、なんでもないです。
Her phrasing made it sound like she was hiding something, but the way Chukasaki cut her off made it make it seem like she wouldn't allow any further questions. But what? To a childhood friends?
小中学と一緒。
I'm her childhood friend too, actually.
聞いてますよ。キャンプで一緒だったんでしょ？
You knew about that?
オーロ、リアちゃんと幼馴染なん？
The kind that met once anyway.
おお、いいじゃん、いいじゃん。結婚の約束がデフォでついて回るやつじゃん。
That sounds great in theory, but nothing like that happened. I hadn't even remembered her to be perfectly blonde. Initially, Reina would eventually piece together the connection between Sylvie and Ria if this topic continued, but I switched subjects. By the way, Chukasaki, were you at that camp?
あ、その可能性もあった。どうな、あやかっち。それで実は昔のオーロと結婚の約束とか。
She sure did love that particular setting.
私は参加していません。厳密には参加する予定だったのですが、1日目にいたずら好きな男子たちにいじめられ、暴行され、湖に蹴り落とされて、泣いて家に帰りました。
He just sits there like...
あれからです。私が庶民というものを見るだけで、湖に蹴り落としたい気分に駆られるようになったのは。
Is that right?
まさかとは思うけど、その蹴り落とした男子の名前が市松オーロくんだったり。
No, I have never done anything like, I hadn't, right? It was back when we were kids, I couldn't remember.
ご心配なく、やった人間の名は覚えています。市松さんではありませんわ。
Alright.
やった人間の名は、高藤連十郎。一生忘れませんわ。他にも何人かいた気がするけれど、あの男子が主犯だったのは覚えてます。
高藤くん。知り合い？
No, I've never heard of him!
と、そろそろ投稿の時間ね。
Yokazaki stood from her seat.
改めて言っておきたいのだけれど、彼女にはあまり近づかない方がよろしいのでは？あなたたちと彼女じゃ、生きる世界が違います。
どういうこと？
そのままの意味よ。わからないならそれでいいわ。
I mean, if they don't understand, I don't see a reason why they've gotta fucking care. Like, if you don't want them to do something, explain why.
近づかない。それだけ守ってくれれば。
She said her piece without taking any feedback like usual and turned away.
もしあの子に、相馬に手を出すなら、許さないから。庶民とか関係なく、消すから。
She left that less than pleasant remark.
どうしよ
You have nothing to worry about with me and Rhea. Besides, whatever happens between you two is entirely up to Rhea.
う。
I'm sure that was meant as a threat, but it didn't bother me. I was surprised by our relationship with Rhea, but it had nothing to do with us or our friendship. More importantly, I got out my cell phone. Beep beep boop.
誰にかけるの？
A friend from middle school. Hello, Takuto? Yeah, long time no talk. I know this is sudden, but you should be careful when taking any dimly lit streets at night from now on. Like, what the fuck?
彩香もキャンプで一緒だったわよ。と言っても、あまり話さなかったけれど、挨拶だけして、その日の夜には何か事故があったとかで帰ってしまって、逆に記憶に残っているわ。あら、ひょっとして忘れていたの？
Your memory is surprisingly ridiculous, Sylvie.
そうかしら。
I don't remember anything from before kindergarten. The only thing I remember from kindergarten is that one asshole that continuously bullied me. Like smashing my head against the walls a lot. And that one incident where the girl kissed me until I couldn't breathe anymore. I still remember her name, actually. I don't remember the bully's name, though. It was something I'd suspected for a while now.
でも、相馬くんのことは彩香も知らないって言うのよね。残念。
How did it come to this? It had started to seem unfair that Sugi was the only one who didn't know it was about Rhea. Maybe we should try and ask Rhea about this again later. Not that I would say anything, if she absolutely insisted on keeping it a secret.
オーロとシルビー、なんで仲良くなったかずっと謎だったけど、過去ネタかよ。
The time we spent together in the past is completely irrelevant to how we became such good
だ
friends.
んだんオーロが謎の男に見えてきたよ。
Nice, I love the sound of that.
探ったら一発で分かっちゃいそうなミステリアスだけどね。
She wasn't taking it seriously. Didn't disagree with that assessment, but still! A whole bunch had happened since yesterday. What was there again? Bathhouse incident, led to the Hamanan baseball club discussion, and all the stuff about the relationship between Rhea and Reina. One thing they all shared in
ねえ
common.
ねえ、じゃあさ、シルビー。オーロとハマナンの野球部の間で何があったとか、知ってる？
Was that Reina had heard all of it? She was discerning of even the slightest change in expression.
ハマナン？野球のことは全然知らないけれど、あら、何かあるの？
Nah.
ああ、シルビーも知らないんじゃ触れない方が良さそっか。オッケー。この話はなし。気にしないで。
そう？
She cut the conversation short with her usual flippant attitude. This girl, she was a good person and didn't recklessly stick her nose into other people's business, but she could be pretty thoughtless sometimes. You're sharp as ever?
ああ、ごめんごめん。
She had apparently noticed my expression when we were talking about the Hamanan baseball club yesterday. Even I had to admit that I had a sour look on my face at the
知ら
time.
れたくなかったけ？
Something that never happened.
ごめん。じゃあもう触れない。
Please. I want to continue being friends with you, but I'll have to use that power if you try to dredge up my past. It's in accordance with my contract, of course.
ほう。ではあの名役は貴様の中に
Drop it, that's also part of the past.
なら触れないでおこう。俺も面倒は背負い込みたくないんでな。
And played along without delusional jokes. As always, Rena was adeptly considerate and a huge lifesaver. As far as I was concerned, this was done and over with. It was a part of my life I didn't want to remember. But I hadn't realized yet at this point that I'd already made one massive mistake. The lid on my past that should have been tightly shut had already been partially opened.
もしもし。
It's Takada.
おお、高藤久しぶりだな。どうしたよ。え、オーロから電話？
Fucking adorable.
金色ラブリッチェ。
Oh, why does my arm hurt all of a sudden? What the fuck? Nothing is visible. Like right there, it's suddenly there was like a random ass stinging pain, and I don't know why. There's an issue every year, but it doesn't feel like the temperature shifts like crazy going. That doesn't feel like the temperature shifts like crazy going from November into December.
わかるかもです。11月はまだ秋っていうか、寒くはなってきても、まだポカポカ晴れてる感じがあるけど、12月はもう寒いって感じしますよね。
Yeah, exactly. November is cold and sunny, while December is chilly and cloudy.
この国に来たばかりの身としてはよくわかりませんが、そんなに変わるのですか？
Yeah, I'm sure it doesn't change that rapidly, but December always felt kind of gloomy.
12月といえばクリスマス。つまり、夜だからそこからのイメージもあるかもですね。
Makes sense. You know what, fuck it, I'm sitting here in my chair. I don't need to have my pants buttoned up. It's cutting off some blood circulation. Oh, it feels a lot better. Makes sense. Either way, the whole month gives off this cold, wintry vibe, and it's not just from the temperature dropping like a rock. It was now December 2nd, which marked the beginning of this frigid month.
先輩、ラジオ体操の時間です。
6 in the morning sure is rough. The sun hadn't even come out yet. The sky was a dark shade of violet and didn't have that morning feel to it yet.
東雲と言うんでしたか。朝らしい朝じゃありませんの。
Nah, the sun really isn't necessary to call it a morning. A morning without the sun isn't morning at all. Point being, it's not morning yet, which means it's still nighttime and I should still be in bed.
起きてー。
Oh, can I hear your voice full of energy?
お日様は空じゃなくて、先輩の心にあるものですよ。さあ、心を燃やして、朝のお日様を呼びましょう。ファイトです、先輩。
Yeah, fiery for sure.
茜ですから。
With that, they proceed to drag me out of my bed whether I liked it or not. Is her name some kind of pun on fire? When I waited for the sun to come out as we danced around the cold, someone called him. Here's to Paul energy this morning. Ugh.
お疲れ様でした。
I wish I could at least rest on the weekends. Today was Saturday. As slight as it was, even Mina was less heavy-handed about etiquette on days off.
土曜日だからこそ、お休みだからこそ、朝から元気出していきましょう。いつも心にバーニングですよ、先輩。元気いっぱいで朝を迎えると、いい休日が送れると思いませんか？
I do think it's great how spirited you are. Only because there were a few people with so much excess energy.
おはよう。
That was when Reina came down. While this is rare, a certain someone who normally sleeps until noon on her days off is awake.
昨日ダイエットに夕飯抜いたらお腹空いちゃって。
おはようございます、レイナ先輩。
おいっす、あかねちん。ちょいちょい、こっちおいで。
はい。
ちょっとな。
She touched the nape of Akane's neck without warning.
手冷たいっしょ。
いですよ。びっくりした。
顔を洗うときさ、給湯器の調子が悪くて全然あったかいの出てこなくて、冷たい水で洗ったらこうよ。てい。逃げるなー。次はそのぬくぬくそうなお腹を触らせるのだ。
Maybe Yakina is weak to the colds and she's a fire type.
みたいね。でも夏とかは水ぶっかけてやると喜んでるから、水属性には強そう。
Weak to cold but strong to water. She'd be an annoying enemy if she weren't an RPG.
あの二属性ってなんで分かれてるのかわかんないよね。
And why'd you splash on the classmate in summer? I didn't realize you two were so close.
だね。
レイナ先輩は頼りになる先輩です。と言っても、レイナ先輩の場合、自分が特別というより、寮の人間全員と親しいですけど。
それもそっか。
Oh, you wish popular with her own classmates, but students in other grades as
で
well.
もやっぱりあかねちんとは特別仲いい気がするな。ふふ、おいで。お姉様が可愛がってあげる。
先輩。
Cold. Akane blushed and approached Reina as she beckoned her over. Plop.
お腹あったかい。
待て
ええやろな、ええやろ。ちょっとお腹に手入れるだけや、それだけや。
助けて
なあ、スケベしようや。
And I really did get along with that well with everyone. It did seem like she favored individuals with more animated reactions and kept things close at hand. Five events of Dragonfield. Oh, that almost went down the wrong path. Oh, fuck. 5 events of track and field. Our conversations that led to 3 of us, Hakane included, has led to the 3 of us, Hakane included, hanging out for the day.
なんだっけ、陸上って7種だか8種だかあって、その全部に出る系のやつ？
それの簡易版ですね。私、短距離が専門でやってるんですけど、他の競技にも出てみないかって言われてて、具体的には、800メートル、1500メートル、走り幅跳び、ハードル、あと、砲丸投げ。
Shot puts.
砲丸だけは、ちょっと自信ないです。
Hakane did have a rather small
他
frame.
のも何気にきつそうだけどね、短距離の子には。
You just want to give them all a try, right?
結果はともかく、やるだけやっとけって感じで。
This was just my guess, but I bet they were short-handed in the other events and wanted to bolster their ranks.
オッケー、付き合おう。タイムとか測ればいいんよね。
ありがとうございます。
With that, we headed for the track. Incidentally, if you wondered about Akane's skill level,
てりゃーてりゃりゃ
はい、ゴール。800向きではなさそうだね。
はい。そうかもってさ。
続いて1500メートル。
てりゃりゃー
because she immediately fucking goes full power. Why does she go yeah whenever she runs?
気合い入れてるんだろうけど。
苦しい。
She's whittling away at her stamina for no reason now.
そうでなくても長距離に向いた体力じゃなさそうなのに。
I've always was the type to be good at sprinting, but suck immensely at anything stamina related.
はい、ゴール。小学生の中でちょっと早い子くらいのタイムだね。
じゃあ、長距離は、向いてないかもってさ。
She may have had the stamina, but wasn't pacing herself very well. Someone immediately asked me if I was going to play Primal X Hearts. Just say Primal Hearts, since that's the way the fucking official Twitter account called it. And yes, I'm aware that it released, and I do have some, let's call it mild interest for it for now. I'll like consult some people who are already playing it and see what they think of it before I make a decision on that. And of course, I'll also like be putting it into a fucking poll, of course. So yeah, that's my thoughts on that. Akane really was a clumsy girl. That notification needs to get away.
ハードル。
てりゃー
Slam, 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 slam.
どうでした？
タイム以前に全部蹴り倒すんじゃ論外かな。続いて走り幅跳び。
とりゃー
Thud.
いけない。尻餅ついちゃう。ここで後ろに倒れたりしたら、そんなの、付き合ってくださってる先輩たちに顔向けできない。負けるな、アカネ。倒れるときは前のめりへ。倒れることを、恐れるなー！アカネち
She went face first! Her face plunged into the sandbox and she effectively slid along her face for some reason.
どうでした？
記録動向より顔、怪我してない？
怪我なんていいんです。私、この記録に命かけてます。
これただの練習！
Another lost cause. If she took practice this seriously, then it boded poorly for her future. Okay then, we've determined that you have zero talent in 4 of the 5 events.
まあまあ、800メートルは配分を覚えれば悪くなさそうだって。
All that leaves is the shot put. But
先生もいないのに砲丸は出してもらえないよね。
すいません。
this was the one event we weren't able to test out. Shot puts were obviously dangerous, so we couldn't borrow them without proper supervision.
一応、こんなものは借りられたんですけど。
ゴムだね。
It's light, but similar in size. We'll use it to check into her form. One thing she was able to bring with her was a light ball intended for practice
こ
purposes.
れで何メートルくらい飛ばすと、砲丸なら何メートルってデータがあるので、とりあえず、これでやってみます。
おし、頑張れ！
Oops. Akane lined up and checked her form. Yank, tug.
砲丸投げってさ、フォーム独特だよね。
You snap your waist and wrists, then combined force sends it flying. As opposed to the javelin, which relied heavily on well-rounded physical abilities, the addition of a proficient form played a large role. To that end, the individual had to be completely devoted to perfecting said form. Those who could practice diligently would perform strongly. In that sense, Akane may have an act for this.
行きます。
After adjusting her form, Akane took a gentle step forward. Clench. Put every joint of her body to work and generated massive centrifugal force with minimal movement.
てりゃー
Whoosh! It went flying! High! Good form. Aliveness seemed to transform into the ball and send it flying high overhead. Whiff. Before it came falling straight back down onto her head. Guess it went straight up.
大丈夫？
びっくりした。何ですか今の。鳥？隕石ですか？私の記録は？
No need to take score. You're banned from ever attempting the shot put again. She probably would have died if that had been a real shot put.
頭がじわじわ痛くなってきました。
はいはい、痛たんだったね。痛いの痛いの。飛んでけー。
With that, we waited for Akane to settle down and for her pain to dissipate.
私、びっくりするほど才能ないんですね。
There. Wouldn't be so much as I wouldn't so much call her talentless as clumsy. What should I do now that she was so upset? That thought of mine. I picked up the rubber ball.
砲丸投げってこういうのなんだ。やったことないな。
体育じゃあまりやらないですよね。
どうやって投げるの？
投げるというか、押す感じです。慣れてきたら途中でちょっとねじってみたり。
ほーん。
And listen intently to Akane's explanation.
こうです。こうやって腰がグイッと。
変なとこ触らないでよ。あかねちんのエッチ。
そんなことは。
じゃあ今ここ触ったのは何なんだ？ほれほれ、ここを
先輩、おはけ払い弱いです。
For as far down as Akane had been, it hadn't taken that much to distract her. Good going, Reina. Her knack for showing consideration for others had saved me plenty of times too.
じゃあ行くぞー。
As she learned how to do it, Reina tried her luck at the shot.
とう！
Oh, nice form.
レイナ先輩って何事も飲み込みがいいんですよ。
She was the clever type. Plop.
はーい、ただいまの記録。7メーター30。これはいいの？悪いの？
I've got no clue in terms of rubber shot putts.
すいません。私もそっちの記録は調べてこないと。
なんだよ。
Personally, didn't think it was half bad.
じゃあ、あと往路やって。3人で記録取って1番決めよ。
Me? I had been lounging around this whole time, so why not? Headed over to the line.
先輩の記録、楽しみですね。
He just fucking sends it clean over the horizon. Webs.
ねえ。
ところで、レイナ先輩、3人で記録取って
当然0メートル。
Ah! I gave it a throw. But it was no good. I didn't even know how to throw it and aimed a little too high. The ball just flew up into the sky without covering any distance. Still thought I wouldn't throw like that, so like the sort of klutz who's a concentrated mass of all klutz in the world, an unparalleled demigod of klutzes throughout all space and time, who toss a shot put straight back into their own head.
わっ！
レイナ先輩とほぼ同じとこ。
Felt quite close to where the last one landed. Should have checked my form first. Can't believe I threw as far as a girl. Despite definitely a questionable distance. Did land a tiny bit past Rena's for his record, but it was surprising how close they were.
ああ。
Hey, measured the distance for us. How'd I do?
ただいまの記録。7メーター29センチ。私の勝ち
You've gotta be kidding me.
先輩の方が、ちょっとだけ向こうに落ちたように見えましたけど。
知らない。29センチ。
Reina erased where my ball had landed with her foot. You're more petty than I thought.
あんなギリギリで勝たれたらムカつくじゃん。勝つならもっとちゃんと勝てよ。
Well, sorry about
第2
that.
投第2投行くよ
We're doing it again? It appeared Reina wasn't at all satisfied by the results. Might as well play along. I fetched the ball, and I took her position at the line.
せー
But her form was different from the last time. Swoosh. Flew like crazy. The ball steadily bridged the distance, coming down a ways past where Thorns had landed earlier. But totally just threw it like normal.
知らない
Just because of a rubber ball, she grabbed and hurled it like it was a baseball. It wouldn't clear any distance that way with a real shot put, which proved how poor her form was and defeated the entire purpose of the exercise.
はい、ただいまの記録。21メートルどやー
投げ方はともかく、かなり飛ばしますね。
Reflexes are the real deal. A 50-meter throw was a decent average in girls' softball, so that was certainly an excellent score.
はい、お次はオーロさん。砲丸ですよ。ちゃんと投げてくださいよ。
Well, since you broke the rule, it'd probably be cool if I played fair and square now and broke her score. But it would obviously be impossible for me to hit 21 meters if I threw it the correct way. She left me no choice. I took the ball and stood in line. This called for clench. Gripped it
こら
hard.
こらその投げ方は反則だぞ
Like you're one to
そ
talk.
んな投げ方で勝って恥ずかしくないのか
Well, this puts us on equal footing. A shallow victory would probably be boring. But... That! I used my shoulder as a catapult to pitch a long throw at full force. Hadn't done this in forever and my shoulder ached a little. But it went the distance just like it had in the past. Crash! The ball crashed into the fence and bounced back in our direction.
ただいまの記録。測りに行くのめんどい。
That's how it should be. I could eyeball the distance from here to the fence at 70 meters at least. Given just how badly she had lost, Rena just kept gnashing her teeth in frustration, unable to complain about broken rules or otherwise.
すごいです先輩
何今のもう、こいつ本気かよ
At times, a man must win no matter what. This was one of those times.
今ではないって絶対。
Rena smiled wryly, but after taking another look at the distance, her smile stiffened a bit.
元野球部だったんだ。
Guess it was no surprise she figured me out. The average distance a man could throw a softball was around 30 meters. My score was the sort only a guy who knew how to pitch could produce.
あのでっかいワセリンの謎が解けたわ。
More or less. Petroleum jelly was commonly used in sports clubs, but the baseball club in particular consumed it like crazy. It wasn't worth keeping it a secret anymore, and I finally spilled the beans. Yes, there weren't all that many things to hide from Reina.
じゃあ最後は私です
え
You're gonna do it?
だって2投ずつだから私もあと1投
危ないよまた頭に落ちてきたらどうするの
She's right, Akane. It could cause irreversibly damage depending on where you hit.
なんで頭に落とすの前提なんですか
After this and that happened, not only did we try the shot, but we jumped over hurdles and simply ran with Akane around the track. We had a full, healthy day.
うわー、なんかもう日暮れてきてない
本当ですね空が私色です
いやー、小学生でもないのに一日中外で遊ぶとか、やろうと思えばできるね。
Yeah, all day felt like the sort of day you'd have as an elementary schooler out in the sticks. It had been fun, but isn't it about time we call it a day? It's starting to get cold anyway.
だね。カラスが鳴くから帰りましょうって時間だわ。あかねちん、空がもうこんな色になっているよ。
私色ですねレーナ先輩いつも優しい市松先輩が無でも見るようななんとも言えない目をしています
大丈夫。まだいけるはず。空がこんな色だよ、あかねちん。
私色ですね
Is it fun for you to tease your underclassmen?
そんなつもりはねえんだけどさ。
Not good, you was teary-eyed, but play along. Totally is your color. No, I get it. The kanji in the name means matter red, and the sky is the same color. That certainly would make it Akane's color, huh? You're a total laugh riot, Akane. Wow, you're such a fun girl. It's your color because it's matter red.
はい
オーロ、後輩をいじめて楽しいかい
Got it all wrong.
何やってんだお前ら。
Ah!
この寒い中を 元気だこと。
Seemed to have surmised the gist of what was going on and headed to the school building without another word.
びっくりした。今
Mm.
の、相馬先輩ですよね。1階の。
Yeah.
話してるとこ、初めて見ました。
Akane had turned timid. That's how it was. I'm guessing you're scared of delinquents?
です。暴力とか振るう人じゃないのは知ってるんですけど。
She was trembling. These were likely the honest feelings average students had for Rhea. I had no intention of sticking up for her. It was true she would go as far as to be violent. She was definitely still a brutal, scary person. But yeah, this was definitely how it was. Not the type that was likely to get along with Yugasaki. Said goodbye to Akane and Reina, then followed after Rhea.
リアちゃんと話すの？
Well, yeah.
オッケー、私も行く。この前は邪魔が入ったリベンジ。
Revenge for what?
気になるでしょ？膝のこととか。
Well, I guess. Reina seemed to want to talk to her, too, and ended up tagging along. This really put me on the
に
spot.
しても、どこ行っちゃったのかな、リアちゃん。てか、休みに何しに来たんだろう。
I knew where Rhea was. However, I promised to keep that spot on the rooftop secret. Would obviously be breaking that promise if I brought Reina with me. What should I do? Well, I worried about that.
何してんだお前ら。
お、みっけー。
Rhea popped out from a nearby restroom. Hi. She seemed to immediately piece together my predicament and shrugged her shoulders, seemingly exasperated.
なんか用かよ。
And we started up conversation here and
こ
now.
の前の怪我、どうなったかなーって。
もう治った。見りゃわかんだろ。
Rhea flexed and stretched the leg that had been injured.
そっかそっか、そいつはよかった。
てめえに関係ねえだろ。俺が怪我しようがなんだろうが。
Sounded like she was in an awful mood today and was acting relatively hostile. She snapped at Reina, who was moderately kind, rather excessively. It obviously wasn't as if Reina didn't understand, and she got a slightly dejected look on her face.
まあ、うざかったなら謝るけどさ。
うぜえ。
オッケー、ごめんよ。
Rhea seemed irritable, and the mood was worsening by the second towards Reina, who was as light-hearted as could be. The mood was awful and spelled trouble. Maybe I should step in. I considered it, but then...
でも、
なんだ。
心配は心配だよ。ちゅうわけで、膝見せて膝。ほれほれ、こっち
触んなてめえ。てか、痛めたのは右だよ。なんで左触るんだよ。
そうだっけ？
どっちの足かも忘れてんじゃねえか。どこが心配してんだ。
まあいいや、触りたいだけだから。ほれほれほれ。
やめろ、こら、うおーいったく
うんうん。暴れても平気なくらいには回復してるね。
Reina cackled. She chuckled.
うぜえな。
You somehow managed to keep up outward appearances, but,
うざい上等。こっちはうざさで損したことないもんね。
Reina laughed it off. Didn't look like there was any need for me to step in. Reina's whimsical nature had drawn Rhea in before she knew what had happened. Rhea could have ignored her and left, but ended up chatting with her instead. She was angry, but had a fun time talking. Come to think of it, Reina was the best in our class at making friends. No matter how difficult a person was, she never made any critical errors. The sun set while we were living it up in the hallway, so we ended up heading home together. Tough luck back there, huh?
たくうぜえ。てめえが変なの連れてくるから。
私のこと？
他に誰がいんだよ。
ごみーん。
こいつほんと殴っていいか？
Now, now!
おい。こいつ絶対に例の場所連れてくんなよ。来たらまずてめえから突き落とすからな。
I'll be careful. We hadn't gone as far as the roof today either, for that matter.
たく。
The expression was mellow, all said and done. She didn't make faces like this when we were alone together, though. Reina was one impressive smooth part talker.
綾香、どうかした？
いいえ。
The of us headed back to the dorm again today.
お前、最近ずっとあいつと一緒だよな。
Huh? Ria pointed to Rena with her jaw. Are we together that often? Maybe we are together a lot now that you mention it.
好きなの？
Huh?
なんでもない。忘れろ。
It's not nothing. How could I forget now that you've asked that I've heard that? Do I like her? I have feelings for Reina. I did like her as a friend, but I obviously meant it that way. I don't really feel that way about her.
シルビーの時もそう言うじゃん、お前。
And I also only liked her back in the past. Yeah, sure was there with her. I only considered Sylvie and Reina friends. What was she getting all jealous for? I mean, I did think they were both wonderful women to fall in love with, but I had no plans of pursuing romance whatsoever yet. I hadn't gotten that something else I'd devoted myself to out of my system yet.
Oro!
Ah! Ria and Reina's voices instantly faded away as a deep male voice called out to me, since that voice was something special to me, because it was something else entirely. Completely different from those of Ria and Reina, my female friends.
見つけた。本当だ。ノーブル学園にいたなんて。
誰？
あれ、どっかで見た顔。確か、メゴチンが、スマホで。え、嘘。1億円の、島くん？
I forgot to mention this to Ria earlier. At this point in time, I was in no mood to find a prospective partner, namely because I had yet to settle a score from my past that stood in the way.
金色ラブリッチェ。
The next day, Sunday, to be crystal clear, the fact that it was another day off was horrendous luck. A number of problems had arisen and, come in.
Oh.
I had no choice but to invite this guy over.
島くんが来てるってマジ？マジモンのマジであの島くん？
ちらっと見たけど、間違いないよ。私は去年から何度も大会見に行ってるもん。
島棟梁さん。スポーツ新聞で見ました。うちの県からついに出た球界の歴代でもトップクラスの逸材だって。
へえ。
なんで島くんがこんなところに？っていうか。
どうして市松さんのお部屋に？
We escaped the noisy outsiders in the foyer and hid in my dorm room.
部屋片付いてるんだな。
Yeah, I guess.
変な感じ。お前の部屋って小学校の時からぐっちゃぐちゃのイメージしかないわ。
Not as huge of a mess as yours.
まあな。あ、マリア・ビショップのポスター。まだ持ってるんだ。
Shut up, doesn't hurt anything, does it?
いいけど。あ、おい、前に見た時よりブヨブヨしてるぞ。テンション上がって舐めたりしてないだろうな。
I'm not! It's super humid here since there's a lake nearby.
そうか。
You may face your Nichiro poster and say, Nichiro, I'm going to practice. Please watch over me when you do your morning stretches, but don't lump me in with you.
あれは大事な儀式なんだよ。
Oh man. Shima Torio, my childhood friend. I hadn't seen him since summer break, around 4 months ago. But our conversations were the same as always. It really was because we were childhood friends. Honestly, I didn't want to talk to him anymore, though. Frankly, I didn't feel like seeing him today either. I was just annoyed, given how things worked out yesterday. Not after he suddenly turned up out of nowhere.
おい、待てって。
I have nothing to say to you!
待てってば。
Let's go, Ria, Reina. Pulled them both by the hand and dashed towards the dorm. We had successfully gotten away, but...
待てってば、オロ!
He followed after us.
いたー！
見ない顔ですが、何者だ
X not coming into the rescue, coming for the to the rescue.
この領へ無許可で忍び込むのは、現在日本では首相官邸に忍び込むより無謀かと存じますが。
誰この黒服さんたち。
あら、お客様ですこと？
お騒がせしました、カミナル様。ただの侵入者のようです。
腕を取って日本警察にでも引き渡しますかな。
は
Ah, wait. I obviously didn't want my childhood friend's arm to get lopped off. Later, Mina suggested we settle the matter by talking it over. And that brought us to this moment.
なあ、昨日のあれ何だったの？ノーブル学園ってお嬢様校とは聞いてるけど、あんな怖いボディーガードまでいるの
？That's a major exception. Don't ask, it's a pain to explain.
おう。
ですから姫様、これは市松殿の個人的なことですゆえ。
でも、オーラのお友達が来ているのでしょ？ご挨拶したいわ。
なんだか揉めてる様子でしたわよ。
やっぱり、私が無理やりノーブル学園に招いたから、昔からのお友達は混乱させてしまったのかしら。その辺も合わせてお話ししたいわ。用事はキャンセルできたでしょ？
お待ちください。島殿がいらっしゃったのなら、姫様が、というか、他の誰かが間に入るべきではありません。市松殿と島殿の間には、何人も入ってはならない事情がありますゆえ。
そういえばエロいな。あなた、ゲローの昔の事情には調べがいっているのでしたわね。
図らずも。
お話しなさい。気になって仕方ありませんわ。
しかし、これは市松殿の。
命令よ。ゲローも聞いて隠したがるとは思いませんわ。
エル、私からもお願い。何か問題があるなら、知っておきたいわ。
心配した。いなくなったって聞いて。おじさんとおばさんに聞いても教えてくれなくて。
Well, yeah. The huge hassle of Sylvia's invitation to Noble Academy got leaked to the public, and my parents had been sworn to secrecy. As a result, nearly none of my friends on the outside knew that I was currently at Noble Academy.
高藤から聞いたんだ。
My old group of friends, Takato was the only one I'd spoken with recently. I hadn't mentioned Noble Academy, but I had brought up Chogasaki. He must have pieced together that we were at the same school.
まさかとは思ったけど、一応見に来てみて。よかった。あえて。すごいな、オロ。ノーブル学園ってめちゃくちゃ偏差値高いんだろ？
Yeah, well, I studied.
そうなんだ。
In reality, I hadn't studied at all, since I had plenty of time to kill after what happened this summer. I shouldn't have said it. It was pointlessly nasty. There was no point in even saying it to him, and yet, even though I'd had absolutely nothing to do this past summer. It wasn't even his fault.
島くんがすぐそこに。どうしよう。会いたいよ。
割とガッチちゃんで好きなのね。
だってイケメンだっつってんじゃん。ほら見てこれ。
見たよ、その写真なら前に。新聞のやつでしょ？
かっこいいよね、これ。去年県内の大会で決勝を完全で決めた時の写真。キャッチャーの人と抱き合っててさ。ねえ、レーナ。このキャッチャーの人、マスク脱いでる途中でよく見えないけど、この口元って。
これって。
先輩ですか？
市松殿は、かつてここの隣町の浜南学園で野球部に属していたのだそうです。ポジションはキャッチャー。浜南の至宝、
ピッチャー島東良とバッテリーを組んだ一番の相棒だったそうです。いなくなっただけで島殿が調子を崩し、今年夏の大会ではまともに機能しなかったほど。
バッテリー？
はい。野球には詳しくないのでよく存じませんが、簡単に言うとですね、野球というスポーツはピッチャーというポジションが勝敗に直結するほど大事なのだそうで、そこに島殿がいたから浜南は全国でも有数の成績を上げるほど強くなり、しかし同時に非常にナイーブな仕事でもある。島殿の実力を完全に引き出す相方が市松殿でした。そして市松殿が野球部を辞めたことで、島殿、ひいては浜南学園は勝てなくなってしまったのです。
へえ。あら、とてもすごい仕事をしていたのね。
おそらくは。私は野球に詳しくないので細かくはわかりませんが、人の癖や心理に鋭敏な市松殿の才能が、保守という仕事の中で島殿の助けになっていたのは間違いありません。
夏、負けたわ。
I know.
あ、だよな。あの頃はまだ学校こっちだったもんな。完全にスランプでさ。
Did you stay properly hydrated? You can be so thick-headed and always got a heat stroke a couple of times each summer.
ああ、お前が管理してくれないと、すぐ。実は夏休みの練習で何度か。でも、一応試合の日は気つけてたよ。シエカちゃんも言ってくれたし。ただ、体調は万全でも、やっぱりさ、ボールの方が言うこと聞かなくて、ストライクが入らなくなっちゃって、1回戦の1回から5点もいかれちゃってさ、みんなも一気に集中力が消えちゃって。1イニングに5点も入ったの、生まれて初だった。途中からもう向こうが無理に振ってくれたから止まったようなもんで。お前の代わりの捕手、佐々木先輩になったんだよ。覚えてるか？
Yeah.
あの人悪いキャッチャーじゃないんだけど、やっぱどうもさ、思いっきりカーブかけると絶対取り逃すし。
That's because you don't have a steady curveball and you think it'll magically work out as long as you keep it away from the bat.
すまん。佐々木先輩にも取れる球をって投げると、どうしてもキレが甘くてさ、カーブが使い物にならなくて。ほら俺、ストレートは160出るけど、カーブなしじゃ武器がないだろ。で、結局ストレートオンリーじゃ、さ。
Even if it reaches 160 kilometers per hour, it'll fly as long as the metal bat makes contact.
佐々木先輩の配球だと、ストライク取りに行くのもバレバレだし。
That's what caused your slump?
一番は、言い訳させてもらうと、監督もひでえよな。こっち投げれなくなってるのに全然変えてくれないの。晒し投げっていうのかあれ。
It's your fault for not being able to pitch.
わかってるよ。言うなよ。冷てえな。昔のお前は、俺がスランプだったり、球が乱れた時はすぐに近寄ってきて、大丈夫だ、落ち着けって優しく言ってくれたのに。中学3年間、一度だって1イニングに3点以上は出さなかった安定感は、お前がいてくれたからだろうな。
No. I hadn't talked in a long time, but everything he said rang hollow. There was no way around it. It was boring to listen to a man's idle complaints. As far as I was concerned, this was done and over with.
お前がいなきゃ、ダメだった。お前の配球と、お前の的、何より、どんな球も絶対取ってくれるお前がいること自体が、俺の自信だった。
The same.
だからさ、オーロ。できたらなんだけど、俺ともう一度。
I can't. Answered immediately. I belong to Noble Academy now. Can't go back to Hamanan.
でも、
Say I go back, then what? I'm gonna work my butt off with the baseball club. If I went back now, I'd just lead the second string lifestyle, then retire when next summer comes. On the other hand, my future career prospects are practically endless. If I stay here and graduate from Noble Academy, I'll be able to become a stable civil servant at the least. There's no reason to go back, that's all. Maybe it was a little hasty. By the way, I told him exactly what I wanted to say yesterday. Since yesterday, I knew that this guy would suggest something to the effect of let's play together again. That was why I thought of how to reject him. I more or less knew what he would say, how he would act, and what he was thinking. Since we'd been in a battery together for years.
ノーブル学園が相手じゃ、部が悪いってのは確かったわな。
Yeah. There was no academy that would better serve my future than this one. In terms of self-interest, I had zero reason to leave this place.
でもプロに、野球でプロへの道を目指すなら、ここより絶対に浜なんだぜ。
He had a point. Noble Academy didn't put any effort into baseball. If I were to devote my life to the sport, then a school that frequented national tournaments like Hamanan would be best. However, it's only for first-string players, and the exceptional ones at that. The ball boys and second string never make it pro.
お前ならすぐまた一軍に戻れる。保証する。
Not happening.
できるって。知ってるだろ。うちの野球部でお前より上手いやつなんて一人もいなかったんだから。
Fair point. Based on the abilities I witnessed at Hamanan in those days, this guy was the number one athlete pro scouts focused on. And I was number two. That I was confident. But it's second string.
そんなことないって。そりゃちょっとなまってるかもだけど。
They'll dump me in a second string, rusty or not. The coach will never let me into the first string. The coach's word is absolute and ability is irrelevant. That's what sports are. As long as baseball is a sport, I'll be in second string. That's all. I have no reason to return to Hamanan.
そうか。まだ恨んでるよな。俺たちのこと。俺のこと。
It's not like that. You may be happy to hear I was your source of confidence. I believe you'll go pro in the future, and that you'll become an athlete that brings in a comfortable 100 million yen salary. To be blunt, I even believe you'll make it to the majors. Become as famous as you can, and when you write your autobiography, remember what you just told me. Right, once upon a time I teamed up with the ultimate catcher. Come on, you've got team championship photos from elementary and middle school, don't you? One with the two of us side by side. You can use those too. If I'm going to be involved in the sport of baseball anytime in the future, it's only in those photos. Torio fell silent. I knew it would end this way. He never beaten me in a verbal argument even once. I absolutely knew it. Go back. He's not going to practice, I assume. Torio sluggishly stood up.
そうだ。夏ひどいこと言ったの謝りたかった。あの時はまだ千恵香ちゃんのためだったって知らなかったから。悪かった。裏切り者とか。
Don't sweat it. I did betray the team after all. It's one of the reasons I can never go back. He left. We might never meet again. Oh well. That's part of life. I opened the door. Torio headed outside as he rubbed his eyes a bit.
Jason!
Excuse me? Sylvie! The princess came kicking her way in out of nowhere!
この人ね、私のオーロを連れて行こうっていうのは。任せてオーロ、とっちめてあげるわ。チャリア
ー！何オーロ、この人誰？あれ？テレビで見たことあるような。
Yeah! We went back in the room.
エルから聞いて飛んできたの。今オーロの部屋にいる男は、オーロをノーブル学園から別の学園に連れて行くつもりだって。オーロは渡さないわよ。
はい。ソルティレージュのお姫様？なんで？
You know her?
有名人だもん。ちょっと前の日本シリーズで始球式やった時の写真、携帯に何枚か入れてるわ。
The way someone from outside of the academy looked at Sylvie was refreshing.
うわー、本当に美人だー。
And this gave me a bit of a superiority complex. This gorgeous lady and I were super close, you know. So, you shattered the series' mood rather spectacularly.
申し訳ない。
I'll let tagged along with Sylvie.
島殿が市松殿に接触されたと聞き、事情を姫様に。それで最終的には浜南学園に呼び戻すつもりであろうことをお伝えしたら飛び出してしまわれて。
オーロはもうノーブル学園の人なんだから連れて行く気なら容赦しないわ。チュヤー！
すいません。おい、オーロ。なんでシルビア王女が出てくるんだよ。
We've got a thing going.
あっちの人は、あれだよな。シルビア王女の美人ボディーガードで、一部で有名なカバリエロさんだよな。
You know her?
ネットで有名だよ。一部じゃこっちの方が美人じゃないかって。
Well, yeah, because she is. Oh. Nah, that doesn't matter right now. Calm down, Sylvie. This guy's just a childhood friend, and he just came over today to hang out. He's going home now. Here, see him off.
そうなの？
はい。
She was good at reading the mood, and she likely inferred that would be the best course of action and nodded her head.
それは失礼したわ。
いえ、それじゃあ。
Torio was getting ready to leave. At the very end, he told me.
オロ。
What?
俺、待ってるから。じゃあ。
Yeah. Off he went.
あとシルビア王女のサイン欲しいんだけど、頼んだらもらえる？
Get out of here already!
チェ。
There he went. Oh boy. At some point, a huge crowd had formed outside. Torio was a popular guy, and several girls had come by to say hello to him. He was the number one the number one athlete pro scouts had honed in on, while I was number 2, but that wasn't accurate. Even if there were 100 scouts, all of them would have their eyes planted on him and him alone, but they wouldn't notice any other member of his team. If there was a number 2, it'd probably be me, but I hadn't actually been scouted to go pro in the first place. He and I were always standing on different stages. No golden path had been laid out for me. I went back to my room.
オーロ。
Oh, you were still here.
あの人、誰なの？幼馴染とは聞いてるけど。
Yeah. Like I said, a friend. An old one, that's all. Nothing more and nothing less.
ねえ、オーロ。エルに聞いたわ。オーロ、このノーブル学園に来る前は、さっきの子のいる浜南学園にいて、でも、9月の時点で退学してたんですって。どうして？
I really didn't want to tell her. But Al should know. She investigated everything about me when we first met. Bet she wouldn't say if I asked her to keep quiet about it. Nah, that was enough. That was a pain. Because I was bullied.
Huh?
I had a tiny screw-up in the baseball club and was demoted to second string. Because of it, our academy lost the first match of the tournament. So I got bullied by all of my teammates. It got to be too much, so I dropped out of school over summer break.
その言い方は語弊があります。市松殿が監督の意向に歯向かったのは訳あってのこと。それで試合に出さなかったのは監督の強量です。その結果大会で負けることになったのは市松殿のせいでは。ましてその件で嫌がらせを受けたのはほとんど部員たちの八つ当たり。
It was a failure of an athlete the second I defied my coach. That goes for sports and especially baseball in general. Elle was someone who has devoted herself to a sport through fencing. She must have understood to an extent and went silent. The world of sports was more or less an anomaly. That was actually why it genuinely helped me on a life-changing level when you invited me to this academy, Sylvie.
オーロ。
Thank you, Sylvie. I'm glad I met you. She embraced me. Not a soft, girly sort of hug, but more of an emotional, manly, tenacious embrace.
私はオーロの味方よ。 オーラが望むなら、その監督とか、オーラをいじめてた人たちみんなひどい目に遭わせてもいいわ。どんな手を使っても。
I mean, yes, do take out the guys who called Ria a slut, but have mercy on the others for now. For now. Do take out the people who called Ria a slut, though.
姫様、それは。
権力とはそういうものよ。無慈悲で残酷で、相手の気持ちなんて考えずに人を押しつぶすわ。オーラが悔しかった気持ち、わかる？
It was the same for me. I was crushed by the coach's ruthless, cruel power. But you don't need to do that. You've already given me more than enough salvation. That's plenty. Thank you, Sylvie.
何かしてほしいことがあったら言ってね。何でも聞くから。
Then, could you give me an autograph later? I'll give it to Torio.
それくらいなら、喜んで。
And also a picture. This wasn't a hug you'd get every day, so I snapped a photo.
何？
I'll show Torio next time I see him to brag.
市松殿、そういう写真は下手に出回ると御身の首を絞めますよ。
Isn't this much fine? Then, that's all I want you to do for me, Sylvie. You've already done everything I ever could have wanted from you. She seemed to have settled down and let me go. It seemed she had snuck away from some job she had today. She headed back in the afternoon. There were still several people outside and a few were investigating what was going on. As such, I wouldn't be going outside today. I didn't have the willpower to go out anyway. So I spent the whole day lounging around in bed. And there went my long-awaited Sunday. Why had I become so pathetic? All my willpower had been sapped just because I ran into him. Maybe I still had regrets. Somewhere inside me. Maybe there was something still lingering deep down.
Oisu!
Hey. Man, it turned up the time, about the time things simmered down outside. What's up?
今の君が必要としてるものを持ってきてやったのさ。じゃーん！コーヒー牛乳！さあさ、ぐいっといきねえ。コーヒー牛乳さえあれば、悩み事の99割は片付くよ。
There's a small-time religious belief for you at this point. I took it anyhow. Chug!
ど元気出た？
Kinda wish I could have chugged it after taking a bath.
お風呂の後はフルーツ牛乳でしょ？
I really don't get your obsessions, but yeah, it helps. I'm worn out today, so having something sweet helps a lot. I sipped away at the rest little by little. Sweet, relaxing.
結構ハードな人生を送ってたんだね。
Not enough to be worth talking about. If I were to use the word bullied, then it might sound tough. In reality, it was as run-of-the-mill as it got. If you disrupted the group's harmony, they cut you off. Once you were removed from the cycle, you couldn't stick around anymore. Was there even a person alive who'd grown up without a single irrational run-in with misfortune? Mine just happened to be a tiny bit harsher than most. My luck was just the slightest bit poor, that's all it was.
おいで。
Meh. Puff. Then who had sat down beside me, pulled me in and placed my head on her lap. I feel like it's okay to use that thumbnail as CG. That CG as thumbnail. I mixed up the two fucking words. Oh, I feel like it's okay to use this CG as thumbnail because it's actually in the opening. So, yeah. Probably gonna use this one. I'm gonna call this part on the ball. Because Reina's also on the ball about reading other people. I hate myself. Reina sat down beside. I already read that. What's this for?
これはね、膝枕というのだよ。
I know what it's called. I want to know why you're doing it all of a
い
sudden.
いからいいから。
She gently patted me on the head. Hey, she was a tough read sometimes. Felt nice, so it was probably fine. Her toned yet supple thighs felt great. Pleasantly warm against my face. Wait, wasn't this backwards? Her belly was right in front of my eyes. And his body filled my entire field of view. And I was being engulfed in this bittersweet aroma. Well, I was happy, so I better stay this way. Warm, soft.
懐かしいなぁ。昔はあいつがへこんだ時もよくこうしてやってたっけ。
Certain someone?
ああ、うん。幼馴染。
There we go. Are we gonna find out that Ria didn't mean Ayaka when she said, like, oh, I don't even remember that one.
本郷って言ってね。さっきの、島くんだっけ？多分彼よりイケメンだよ。
I see. Handsome childhood friend. That she gave love pillows. Huh.
モデルになろうとしてたくらいだったからね。
Or not.
長身で、スラッとして。まあ、本人は、胸が A カップから上に行かないって悩んでたけど。
Ah, okay. She's a woman?
女だよ。
Ah, for whatever reason, I pictured a guy when you said the name Hongo. The word handsome wasn't just for men these days. It got used for women, children, the elderly, dogs, and even cats, so it was fundamentally difficult to tell.
そいつがへこんだ時もこうしてあげてた。へこんだ時全部に気づいてあげてれば、今も一緒に遊べてたかな。
I could tell her gloom in her tone. That mean, Hongo, what happened with her?
北海道。中学の時、男っぽいっていじられててね。なんとなくこっちにいるのが嫌になったみたい。のけじょんになって農業学校入ったんだけど、牧畜もやっててさ。毎日絞りたての牛乳飲むようにしたら、胸は C カップになったって。
Good for her. Sounded like she was reasonably happy with her life. But Rena had a foreboding look as she spoke of her. When she was teased, you had noticed she hated it or something.
あれがいじりだったのかいじめだったのか。今でも自信ない。私のこと、どう思われてたのか。
As long as you ran away to Hokkaido or anything, really. It's not your fault.
わかってるけどさ。
This might be why she was so sensitive to people's expressions. She was a kind person.
だから今度こそ、友達が悩んでるときは、何とかしてあげたいんだ。さあ、もっと甘えろ、オーロ。コーヒー牛乳は足りてるかい？
It's plenty. Enough with the coffee milk already. As long as I had her lap pillow. I curled myself up slightly. My head sunk into Reina's lap in kind. Put all of my weight against her. She made for a squishy, comfortable pillow.
この前へこんでたのもこれ？
Yep. I still dream about it sometimes. About those days. This past summer. Only 4 months had passed since then, huh? So many fun things had happened since I transferred to Noble Academy that I had forgotten. It was only 4 months ago, so I dreamed of it often. The nightmares followed me. The thing about me... Just so happened to speak up. Not that I wanted to talk about it that much. It was so lame. But it didn't stop. If I knew it, I had apparently found Reina easy to rely on. I wanted to walk a path where no one could be ashamed of me. It wasn't really that I wanted... It wasn't that I wanted to show off. I really didn't want to be a show-off. I wanted to be immaculate. Yes, I wanted to be golden. That was all. That's why I fought against my coach.
何があったの？
Cheering squads are important for gigantic baseball teams like ours. So we had this sort of academy-wide cheering brigade during tournament season. It was customary for the band club to go as well. The band practiced still. But on the day off, several members of the club had a light music contest. They were performing in outside the club itself.
ぶつかっちゃったんだ。
I told them they should go do it, especially when there were other cheering parties around. Said it'd be fine even if all of the band club members weren't present. But the coach worked behind the scenes and said everyone had to cheer, and that was all part of morale. That it was all part of morale. Every single band club member ended up participating since the first thing in the morning.
ありゃ。
I learned this later on, but I guess the coach's hands were tied, and a bunch of middle-aged guys from the Bolster Club ordered him to make that call. People like that aren't satisfied unless they lump everyone together.
ああ、あるね、古い人は。
I wouldn't accept that and argued with the coach a number of times. I didn't think it was right for the band club members to give up their dreams for us. When I did, he demoted me to second string. I didn't matter. Losing me, a single player, wouldn't hurt our team's performance enough to talk about. But I was the catcher, and that threw our pitcher, Torio, off his game.
やっぱり変わるものなの?
Not sure. We've been a team ever since elementary school, so I think it was an issue of familiarity. Based on how he acted in our conversation earlier, it sounded like his slump was ongoing. His technique in town was best in Japan, but he was a timid guy. Thanks to that, our ace pitcher couldn't throw anymore. It was a secret weapon, so the whole team broke down. In the end, the club lost its first match in the tournament.
そっか。
Not good. I should keep the rest to myself. I didn't want to tell it. But it didn't stop. Everyone blamed me. I just wanted to do the right thing. But that only caused problems for everyone else. Everyone said it was my fault. If only I hadn't done anything, everything could have gone to the everyone could have gone to the tournament, and it would have been fine. Then I also wouldn't have. Oh, damn it! My vision was getting wobbly. My voice had gotten nasally for the most part too. And I probably knew this by now. Men shouldn't cry. It was pathetic. Immediately fuck off. Come on, shed those manly tears. But it was no use. I couldn't stop. I'm not gonna make, crying noises. Rena softly pet my head without saying a word. Then pulled me in close. My face was buried into her stomach. It was a little tough to breathe. But it was best if she didn't see my tears.
よしよし。
Rena continued to brush my head like so.
つらたんだったね。
Treating me too much like a kid. Guess it was fine though. The feel of her hand was comfortable as it brushed through my hair.
オーロは何も悪くないよ。何も悪くない。吹奏楽部の人たちを守ろうとしただけ。それが悪いわけないよ。
It all fell apart in the end. The band club and the baseball club ultimately came to cheer us on without attending the contest. Despite their cheers and encouragement, we still lost. It was the worst outcome for everyone, including the band club. Both fell apart, all because of me. Everyone from the baseball club and the band club. The cheering squad and the booster club, too. It was the worst possible outcome for all of them. And it was my fault.
生きてるとさ、何も悪いことしてなくても嫌な目に遭う時もあるよ。でもそれは運が悪かっただけ。オーロが悪いんじゃない。オーロは悪くない。オーロがやってきたことは全部かっこいいよ。
Crap. It's tearing up even more. It wouldn't stop. The dam had broken on my tears. And my emotions. I want to play more basketball. I want to end that way. And the band club. All of them. All of them because of me. It was no use. It wouldn't stop. It wasn't like I'd purposely sabotaged everyone or anything like that. I kept everyone else's feelings in mind. Oh, I hadn't. Something inside of me, something darker had come out. Couldn't stop it. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! It's the coach's fault. It's because he screwed with me. Because I was in Wednesday. The others in club, they pushed all the responsibility for losing onto me. Who the hell are they calling themselves teammates? Damn it! God damn it! Damn! My frustration was growing. Damn it. So many of these feelings I thought I'd done away with this summer were still there in my heart. But I didn't regret it solely due to this frustration. But I understood how the others feel. I took everyone's tournament away from them. I'm not a bad guy. I haven't done anything wrong. But it caused them nothing but problems. Everyone's tournament ended because of me. All that time and effort they put into practicing. Their youth was all wasted because of me. Of course they would be mad at me and believe it was my fault. shouldn't be wrong. I shouldn't be wrong, and yet... why did it all come to the worst possible end? I don't remember what I may have said afterwards. Probably just kept rambling on in the same vein. I'm sure Reina listened without a single complaint. Gently pet my hand, and then I kept on grumbling again and again. Over and over and over. I was getting everything that had been built up inside me out of my system. Again and again and again.
盗み聞きはお行儀が悪いわよ。
うるせえ。隣の部屋だから聞こえちまうんだよ。
妃さんとが一番相性良さそうね。やっぱり庶民同士、気が合うのかしら。
かもな。ま、それでもいいさ。あいつが幸せなら、それが一番いいだろうさ。
It's gonna be a case of Ayaka knows that Ria had a childhood crush on him and therefore tried to keep him away or something like that. It's gonna like I can if that is actually the reasoning, that it's less her wanting to be like perfectly immaculate noble person and more that she's worried that being with him would bring grief to Ria, then I can somehow understand. If that's how they're gonna explain that, then I can somewhat accept it. She's still a bitch, but a bitch with good intentions. Misguided intentions, but still trying to be good. If that is actually going to be the explanation, then yes. Like, if she's basically just trying to protect Ria because she thinks that it'll only end up bringing pain to her if she associates with him. Especially since in this context, it seems like Ria still very much likes him from back then, but he's obviously going to enter romance with Reina at this point. So she's worried for her like emotional state. If that's gonna be the explanation, then I won't hate Ayaka anymore as much. But I can't tell for sure right now, so for now she's still a bitch. But now like a bitch, kind of like some doubt in there. Just kind of like, bitch? You know, kind of like that. But we will see in due time. If I'm wrong, then no fucking forgiving.
昨日は先輩のところにあの有名な島選手が来て、猟銃が大騒ぎでした。市松先輩、あんな有名人とお知り合いなんて、やっぱりすごい人なんですね。で、シルビア王女様とお友達な時点ですごいか。
Why is it so hot? Why does my head hurt? I am swimming over here.
でも、あの後先輩は部屋から出てこず、最後に見たとき、顔色が優れなかった気がします。ここは、今日もラジオ体操に誘って、暗い気持ちは吹き飛ばしてもらいましょう。体を動かせば、暗い気持ちなんて飛んじゃいますよね。
He's gonna get in there and he's literally gonna have
おはようござい
fallen
ま
asleep.
す。あれ？まだ寝てるみたい。でも、こういう時こそ朝はスパッと起きて、爽やか先輩、起きてください。
Yep, Reina's in there.
先輩。先輩ってばむにょあれなんで先輩の胸元
おはよう、かねちん。
なんでレーナ先輩が先輩のベッドで寝てるんですか
It's kind of noisy. I woke up. Oh, morning, Akane. The usual girl, huh? Morning already.
そしてなぜレーナ先輩の出たベッドから先輩が出てくるんでしょうか。
Huh?
なんで一緒に寝てるんですか
invite me to radio calisthenics? Oh, fine, I
お
guess.
金ちんどったの？
No clue.
そう。はあ、
Both of us let out huge yawns. What the hell are you doing? Rena was in my bed for some reason.
このベッドそこそこ広いけど、二人で寝ると狭いね。
Sleep together?
ん？夕べのこと覚えてないの？
Watcher immediately turned this into a joke. What happened? What the hell? I couldn't remember a thing! They'll tell me at some point, Reina and I.
オーロ泣き疲れて寝ちゃって、こっちのスカート掴んで話してくれなかったの。仕方ないからしばらく添い寝してたんだけど、話すどころかさらにくっついてくるしさ。しかも離れようとすると、泣きそうにうめくし。
Did I? Sorry for that. Somewhere in my extraordinarily fuzzy memory, I did recall having depended on someone and falling asleep. It would have been better if I'd done something erotic without realizing it.
でも、もうすっきりしたみたいだね。
Oh yeah. Ended up yesterday in the worst of moods. But it felt better now that I'd cried it all
よ
out.
ろしい。じゃあ、私は部屋に戻るよ。学校だし、まずお風呂入らなきゃ。
Sure. Reina got out of bed. Reina? Thank you.
なんだよ、かわいいかよ。友達じゃん。気にしないで。
Reina patted her
ま
lap.
た泣きたくなったらおいで。
No thanks.
で、昨日のオーロ可愛かったのに。
Oh, shut up. The baseball club came to an end in the worst form possible. Still ended up coming to Noble Academy and met Reina as a result. Whether this was a positive or a negative, I definitely saw it as a positive.
ところでオーロ、
Yeah?
私なんでスカート履いてないの？
Huh? Now you mentioned it, her bare thighs were in full view. Her panties gave me a nice hello.
スカート、寝てる間に脱げたみたい。どこ？
Right, I looked. Speaking of her skirt, didn't she say something about a death grip? Which meant it would be around, so wait a second.
オーロ、その手にあるのは？
Yeah. Yeah, but it was a skirt. It looks like it slipped off, more like it took it off while you were asleep, huh?
だね。返して。
Sure. I handed it to her.
これでよし。
So that's why it was like so closed in all the whole time.
また学校で。
Yeah. A little sloppy at the end there, huh?
おはよう、オーラ。
Uh,
なんだか目元が腫れている気がするわ。オール、もしかして昨日泣いた？
nah.
島くんと言ったかしら。オールを泣かせに来たのだったら、オールにはまだ見せていないソルティレージの暗部が火を吹くことになるけれど。
He's actually kind of like nice how fucking like protective Sylvia has gotten. Like she's basically like over there. I have adopted this young man maybe 2 months ago, and if anyone hurts him, I will bring down the entire military might of a nation on them.
デストロイモード、起動しますか？
No, I'm fine, really! Sylvia was letting her imagination get the better of her. Well, I was sure it just showed how much she worried for me.
エルに、オールが前の学校で受けた仕打ちも聞いたわ。オールが望むなら、浜南学園に戻る？すぐに野球部にも戻れるわ。監督さんは急な出張でいなくなってもらえばいいし。
You're awfully dark today, Sylvie. Probably would have relied on Sylvie's cheat powers over the summer. But, as I said before, you don't need to do that. If I went back there, I couldn't poke a princess's back in the middle of class anymore, now could I?
いたずらはこっちにいてもやめてほしいのですが。
Noble Academy suits me best right now. which was when?
おはようございます。
おーっす。昨日は銭湯に5時間もいて、湯あたりしたぜ。
They went there again.
同じくです。
My classmates are out. I'd established a life here now. It was looking like it'd be a fun day. Another fun day. Why were they at the fucking bathhouse again?
レーナだっけ？あのうざいギャル。
Yeah. Don't call her obnoxious. A plume of Ria's cigarette smoke dissipated into the wind as she seemed to think something over when...
あいつになら、ここのこと言ってもいいぞ。
あ？
まあ、あんまりうるさくはしてほしくないけど、それはお前が来てる時点で同じだし。いいぞ。別に。
Oh, really? Wait, what's with the change of heart? So spurred a moment I couldn't piece it together. How can't you tell me she's the one person you can never tell just the other day? Ria shrugged her shoulders.
だっていろいろ問題あんだろ。こっち一応女だし、彼女との間に秘密作るのは。
What?
ラブホ的な使い方はすんなよ。ここあんま綺麗じゃないから青缶したいなら他の場所を選んでたな。
Wait, gross.
ああ、いきなり下ネタは良くなかったな。でもベロ中程度もやめてくれ。もし現場見たりして俺が気まずいみたいなのはごめんだ。まあ、誰もいない屋上なわけだし、昼休みに一緒にお昼ご飯くらいならいいけど。
Like I said, hold up! You'd catch cold if you came up here to eat lunch. Oh, wait, that's not the part I should be commenting on. Why would you pair me and Reina?
は？何？まだ恋人じゃねえよ芸続けるわけ？
It's not an act, it's the truth.
でもお前ら、昨日は部屋でなんかいい感じにネチョネチョしてたじゃん。
Oh, yeah, I could hear basically everything that happened in my room.
すすり泣きが一晩中聞こえてた。お前乱暴にしたんじゃないだろうな。あいつ処女っぽかったぞ。優しくしてやれよ。
All that sobbing was me.
え？あ。お前そういう性癖だったんだ。いや、気にすんなよ。装飾系とかそういうのだろ？うん、よくあるから。
You've got it all wrong. So wrong, I couldn't even begin to say how wrong. Jeez. Well, I depended on Reina an awful lot yesterday, so it would give people the wrong impression. It wasn't as if we were dating.
片思いと。
Haven't we followed this exact template
あ
before?
ったな。この前はお前が違う言ってごまかされたけど。やっぱり俺の見込み違いじゃなかったな。
I guess sneer with full conviction. Well, but yeah, could proudly say she was wrong the last time this topic came up, but I could give it the same answer now. Could I say that I didn't like Reina in the same way I had before? I probably couldn't. Compared to before, I had most definitely step by step begun to fall in love with Reina.
相変わらず、誰かを好きになると心のバランスが取れなくなるな、お前。
No, shut up.
まあ、この話はもういいや。お前の恋愛事情がどうなろうと、俺にはミジンコほども興味がない。
Nice joke there. You want to go that far? Come on.
島棟梁。あいつの方はいいわけ？
Yeah, I'm all set there. My feelings were set in stone. I had no plans to return to baseball this late in the game. I was beginning to get rusty anyway. I had no intention of going
お
back.
前じゃなくて、あいつは、わざわざお前を訪ねてきたんだろ？何か助けてほしいこととかあるんじゃないのか？
Now that you mention it, I was focused entirely on myself and the thought hadn't really occurred to me at the time, but why had Toria come to invite me back again? I, his previous catcher, had been there for the summer tournament, that hadn't been there for the summer tournament, and that threw him off his game. Had he mentioned that he still couldn't break out of his slump? Well, it's none of my business anyway. It's his problem, he can work it out somehow. It has nothing to do with me! Ria plopped the butt on her cigarette into the ashtray.
関係ないならそれでいい。関係ないといいな。
She dropped that dicey remark before going up to the water tank. It had nothing to do with me. Nothing at all. That's a fucking lie right there.
どうかしまして？いつもより多めにハワはしてらっしゃるようですが。
なんでもありま
朝から様子がおかしいですわね。まあ、詮索するつもりはありませんが。
せん。
詮索するつもりはありませんが。ゲロのお部屋へ行ってから。そういえば朝、ゲロとキサキさんの様子がおかしかったような。いえ、詮索するつもりはないのですが。
そんな、先輩とレーナ先輩は、全然、関係ないですよ。そうですよ。ただ、ちょっと、二人が、
詮索してないのにどんどん分かってしまいますわ。
Like, you did actually not pry.
にしても、二人が、ねえ、面白いですわね。
Highly intriguing. Fucking adorable.
金色ラブリッチェ。ねえねえ、ほら。
Yeah.
レーナと一つのベッドで朝を迎えたというのは本当？
Where'd you hear that?
私には優秀な諜報員がついているとだけ言っておくわ。優秀ですごく可愛くて、ことあるごとにお姉ちゃんに連絡を欠かさない甘えん坊な諜報員が。
Mina, huh? Maybe you should call Winifred at the dorm. It's a misunderstanding. We're not like that.
そういうんって何？
I mean,
ごまかそうとしても無駄よ。したんでしょ、レーナと。
but we didn't.
お泊まり会を。
Maybe we did! The different mindsets between a normal male student and a princess diverges as broadly as holy and dark elements.
もう、ずるいわ。私もしたい。私もオーロのベッドで寝たいわ。
No.
聞き捨てなりませんね。
I haven't said anything! Why grab my arm?
何の話？
今日オーロのお部屋でお泊まり会がしたいなってお話。
I wasn't even part of that conversation, and I wouldn't have agreed to it if I had been. Why are you trying to wring my arm off?
オーロの部屋で、ねえ。いいかも。
Come again? I haven't said anything! Why are you pulling out your blade? I escaped from hell. Let's save the sleepover for some other time, Sylvie. You two, Reina, stop instigating.
いやー、そうでなくても、今日は放課後、シルビーに頼みたいことあるんよ。で、集まる場所に、オーロの部屋なら最適かなって。
Just to hang out? I should be fine. Just like when we had Sukiyaki a while back, I didn't mind making my place available.
行ってもいいの？
As long as Elle's okay with it. Elle shrugged her shoulders in exasperation at Sylvie's cheers. On that note, I headed home with a huge crowd again today.
ねえ、ついでだから今日もお夕飯はみんなで食べない？
Fine by me, stew again?
今でしたら給仕の者に連絡すれば問題ありません。
いいね。でもどんな鍋があるかな？またすき焼きじゃおもんないよね。
If it comes with that high-grade meat, then I could eat it forever.
おいおい、貧乏人かよ。
Yep.
そうでしたね。私も、でもそんじゃ面白くないよ。適当にブラブラして決めよ。
With that, four of us headed into town.
すき焼きの他に人気がある鍋といえば、キムチ、もつ、しゃぶしゃぶ。
All questionable picks. Shabu shabu was tough to prepare, and kimchi and offal stews were majorly acquired taste. We could go for something more agreeable.
あ、おでん。おでんも鍋の一つじゃない？
おでんI honestly got kind of miss a sky full of stars, Mio the best girl. I take no fucking I will accept no arguments there. Seriously, if anyone tells me, like, tries to get into an argument about best girl for a Sky Full of Stars that does not end with Miyaru being best girl, I will actually just go down and delete the comment. Or at the very least, if it's like part of a larger comment, ignore it. If it's literally just a comment saying, but Miyaru isn't best girl is, I don't know, Hikari, Saya, Corona. If any comment is literally just that, I will just delete it. You have been warned. You cannot blame me. Haha. I'd say so, but is Odin something you do on your own? But
まあ、コンビニ頼りだよね。
おでん、聞いたことがあるわ。
こんにゃく、大根、はんぺんの順に串に刺して食べるスナックフードのようなものでしたっけ？
It's a little
こ
different.
のつなぎね。実際にやる人はまずいないよ。
If you do, the broth dribbles down and gets all sticky, and the daikon in the middle breaks apart easily, which makes it pretty tough to eat. Basically, only Chibata does it. I don't fucking know
さん
what
の
it
方の
actually
チッ
is.
タ。大人になっておでん屋になった設定だったけど、この食べ方やらなかったね。
It's pretty sad when he does it, huh?
おでんってのは、ちょっと待って。
Reina rushed into a nearby convenience store.
へいお待ち。
She bought a bunch of stuff.
串には刺さないのですね。
ねえねえレイナ、ここで食べていい？
当たり前かよ。おでんは熱いうちに食べるのが礼儀だし。
姫様、外で買い食いなどとはしたない。
Now, look, there's a bench over there. It would be improper to eat standing up, but it should be just barely passable if we were seated, by my criteria anyway. There was no stopping Sylvie once she worked up an appetite either way.
はんぺん、ガンモ、卵、大根。全部2つずつ買ってきたからどうぞ。
はんぺん？
ガンモ？
You wouldn't know those two unless you're familiar with Odin. Anyway, give them a taste. She brought them with 2 sets of chopsticks too, so they tried a bite.
素朴な味ですね。味付けが優しい。
The broth is the bulk of the flavor.
あ、味付けももらってきたよ。
なにこれ、黄色いのと黒いの。
からし、そして味付け味噌。
Ah, you brought that?
あ、そっか。おでんに味噌つけるの？的なネタなんだけど、初めて食べる人には通用しないね。
It's tasty too, so help yourselves. Dropped it at the edge and encouraged them to put it on with their chopsticks. Each brought a bite to their mouths at once.
おいしい！
ねえ、おでんに味噌って絶対合うのよ。
It's sure bad in the Tokai region. I think they put yuzu pepper and whatnot on it in Kyushu. Odin covered a wide range, so most seasonings went well with it. Incidentally, the most mainstream condiment to put on Odin...
あー、からし多すぎたかな。はい、水。
どうも。
was of course mustard. Was just my imagination, or was mustard actually one of the best examples of a condiment you either loved or hated? Yeah.
温まってきたわ。おでんというのが美味しいのも驚いたけれど、この味がコンビニで簡単に買えちゃうというのが一番驚きね。
日本のコンビニエンスは侮れませんね。
I finally tried something from the Rena joint that opened up recently, and while it's not as... I talked about how the old couple had to close down because, you know, age and all that. And basically the new one that took over, tried one for the first time. It's not as good as from the old couple, but it's okay. They also don't pack as much into like the Durna bread things. I don't know how to call it, what to call it in English, so fucking sue me. But my brother ordered that. You'll have to ask him on his thoughts. The people who are in Discord. Yeah, they're brag-worthy on a global level in terms of handiness. As long as you ignored how exploitative the enterprise system could be.
興味が出てきたわ。ねえエル、今日はまずコンビニを探検に行きましょう。
はい。
あららら。興味が意外なところへ。
Looks like she's gonna focus on convenience store food rather than tonight, huh? Meat buns, pizza buns, fried chicken, yakitori, and hot dogs. After gobbling up the assortment of warm foods one could buy at a convenience store, we were all stuffed. We called that enough for dinner and decided to head back.
シルビー様、ですから歩きながら食べるのは。
メロンパンはどんな状況で食べてもいい自由の料理よ。
With the one person among us with a bizarre stomach capacity, Sylvie, and Tell, we made it back to my place.
なんだかんだ寒かったね。
もう12月ですから、容易に出歩くのはやや難しい気候ですね。
Sound like it was chilly even to the ones who were born in Northern Europe. So, it's great we all got together, but to do what?
お泊まり会！
なりません！
I know why you're yelling at me!
まあ、お泊まりはおいおいとして、ちょっとシルさん、エルさん、こっちを。
なんです？
For some reason, Rena took them both by the hand out of the room. Huh? Maybe they were headed to Rena's room? I guess it was fine, but why did they bother coming to my room first? That didn't make much sense. While I was wondering that and sat waiting, the phone rang. Hello?
ですです。本日は晴天なり。ただいまマイクのテスト中。
What in the world are you going on about? I heard her taking a breath. My ears instantly started to ring. They were apparently outside my bedroom when my door swung open. There's a fucking mosquito back in here and I will destroy your bloodline! Hey, what's all this shouting for? I'm into that. Way too much. I am so into that. I know it's your route right now, Reina, but currently in this CG, you are taking the back seat despite being the one in the fucking middle. Hot damn diggity! My fucking neck made some really weird sounds there. Wow.
じゃーん！どやオロ！かわいいでしょこの服。
キサキ殿、これスカートが短すぎます。
Wonderful.
大声がなんだっけ？
Absolutely nothing! You are fantastic! Is this why you wanted them to come over?
そう。白人さんは足が長いから何着せても似合うよね。
そんなことないわ。選んでくれるレーナのセンスが抜群なのよ。
まあ、ギャルファッションにはちーっとばかし自信がありますけどね。
She was putting some serious effort into studying design, but when it came time to play, she played hard. She must have loved anything and everything when it came to fashion. And I loved that about her.
ああ、もう、この服ゴテゴテしすぎでは？
いいじゃないのエル。とっても可愛いわ。
ああ、姫様、そんなピンと立ってはいけません。スカートがめくれます。
大丈夫。ギリギリ見えない角度にはなってあるから。
ですって。
それなら。
あ、でも、シルビーの身長は想定してないからめくれちゃうかも。
市松殿目を閉じなさい。今の音は？
あー、そっちの服もエルチンのおっぱいサイズは想定してないから。背中が破けたみたい。うわー！こっちを見るなー！
That assortment of events, I'd had been a few days since I'd cried my eyes out in front of Rena. I had completely gotten back to the swing of my former fun Noble Academy lifestyle. And honestly, I felt it was thanks to Rena.
Kinkoラブリッチェ。
はよ、オーロ。
Yeah,
どうしたん？
why would that be?
いや、なんかじっと見てくるから。
Nah, I'm fine. Today it started off like any normal other day, but something had changed.
ため息は幸せを逃がすそうよ。
That right? I can't stop.
うなじに息がかかってくすぐったいわ。
If the happiness that escaped me makes you smile, that's what counts. My day was as peaceful as could be.
もう、耳に息をかけないでオーロ。
本気で王女へのセクハラはおやめください。腕を取りますよ。
Eldra, seriously? Seriously? Do you realize what you are doing? Apparently not. I'm sorry. See, right now we're their usual
オー
selves.
ロ君はシルビアさんと仲がよろしいですね。
いいよな。
常識的に考えて、シルビア王女のうなじに息を吹きかけて遊べる男って、世界でも彼だけでしょうね。
俺もやりたい。いや、吐きかけるまで行かなくてもいい。クルス・クラウンさんの近くで思いっきり息を吸うだけでも。
The boys were the same as ever,
下
too.
品ね。
まあまあ、あやか。
最近のこの教室、品性が下がっているわ。
Perhaps Josaki was a little irritated.
王女にセクハラフリーとは、いいポジションに落ち着いたね、オーロ。
Can't deny it. Rena also never changed. Yet did things look differently only when Reina was in front of me? And yet did things look different only when Reina was in front of me? Because my eyes saw her in a new light. The sighs just kept on coming.
くすぐったい。
市松殿！
Sorry. Another peaceful day blew by in the blink of an eye. Puns. They're my job. I'm going to shoot the writers of this game. Or force them to rewrite all the puns out of this game at fucking machete point so I can steal all of them and make the puns and keep my job. And then pitter patter. Pitter patter.
あ、一巻終わった。オーロ、これ次の巻は？
It's not out yet.
ここで終わりかよ。
I am stretched out on my bed with a ramen in one
まあ
hand.
いいや、ここまでで。なんか途中からやたらグロかったし。
You have a massive pile of manga by her side. Oh boy. The line between this situation being a good and troublesome thing was being quite subtle. Rena had been spending a lot of time in my room lately. Probably started with her checking in on me, but she'd gotten hooked on my manga collection in the process. You don't read much shonen manga, do you?
最近のはね。なんか衝撃の展開ってびっくり箱系ばっかりで落ち着いて読めるのがないじゃん。
Yeah, everything goes all in on either sex appeal or shock value. Readers these days were accustomed to thrills, so they'd drop a series like a rock if one didn't deliver exactly that.
特にグロいのはも
Going gory is the easiest tool a series can
う
use.
グロほんとダメなんだよね。いやもうグロとかじゃなくてもなんか目をひんむいたりああいうキモい絵はそれだけでダメ。
She was more cowardly than I
特
thought.
に一人だと読めないからさ、先が気になっても読めないのよ。買っても。オーロがいてくれると助かるわ。
Which is why you come to my place to read every single one, huh?
迷惑？
Not really. Left me at a loss, but she wasn't a bother. So then, what sort of manga do you normally
読
read?
むならだいたい日常4コマ。
That seems to be the in thing nowadays, huh? I got the feeling it was the most mass-produced manga format in Japan right now. And I thought a single book can span an entire season of anime too. Oh, do you watch anime?
アニメは全然。そもそもテレビ全然見ない。
Huh. Basically, all the 4-panel Slice of Life manga these days were produced under the assumption they'd get an anime adaptations, and many of them came out decently. So, what about girls
ガ
manga?
ールズは最近微妙かな。たまに読むと楽しいけど連続で読むとだれる。
I think I get what you mean. Reina was lazing around as we talked. She felt at home here, that was most important, but she was lounging around in my bed in a skirt, which meant her panties were probably in view. Again, Reina had tons of openings like these for ages now.
オロどこ見てんの？
Yeah. The way I was now, my mindset was different from before. The situation I kind of like to avoid staring at Reina when her panties were most likely visible. I was sure I'd look at her strangely.
変なの。
Although she did seem to think I was strange either way. Huh.
じゃ、明日はまた別の用意しといて。
Sure. For what it was worth, she didn't overstay her welcome and headed back before 8 o'clock at night. I could tell my racing heart beat had settled down. Man, what the heck was I doing? If I liked her, I should just tell her so already. We were already on friendly terms, but it left me somewhat hesitant to take another step forward. How should I approach this? Then?
ねえねえ、クリスマスどうする？
今から彼氏を作るのは期待薄ですわね。
でもクリスマスと聞くだけで一人で過ごすのは嫌。そんな乙女心。
わかる。
The girls just so happened to be chatting.
ねえ、市末。
Yeah, they called out to me. While there were more girls like Akane I could talk to, it was rare for these girls in my class.
クリスマスを独り身で過ごす女子ってどう思う？
I think it's normal. In fact, I think girls who seriously believe false tastes like I don't want to spend Christmas alone are idiots.
バカった。
You took that literally? Oh, and you're single?
うぐ。
はいはい、茶化さないの。
市松くん、寝ごちには言うようになりましたよね。
Oh.
え？なに市松くん私のこと好きとか？
Nope.
ないない。
ないわ、マスト。
そこまで言うか。
Well, it's true that I managed to talk to other girls the girls from class in the same way I did Reina and Sylvie,
こ
but
っちだってお断りよ。島くんみたいな将来有望なイケメンならともかく。
というわけなのよ、市松。どうだい？島くんのこと、あたしらに紹介してくれないかい？
that's what this was about. Is this what it is all about? You want me to introduce you to him at a mix or something?
いいね、合コン。そこまでやってくれるならマストだわ。
島くんと合コン？すごいじゃん。
It's not like I couldn't. He's incredibly tone deaf, but he loves karaoke. I'm sure he'd turn up if I asked him to go.
マジですかいな。おっしゃー、希望が膨らんできた。
He's got a girlfriend, though.
一瞬でしぼんだ。
ほら、ですから言ったじゃありませんこと。あんなかっこいいなら女性には不自由しないって。
I hadn't seen him in a while, and I'm not totally in the loop, but I hadn't heard anything about them breaking up.
何よ。スポーツ新聞いくつか読んだけど、そんなこと書いてなかったじゃない。
相手の子はどんな子？やっぱ辛きと喜びを分かち合うマネージャー的な？
No, she's from another club. Here. I had a picture and showed them my phone.
可愛らしい方ですわね。お年とお名前は？
Chieka, a year younger and currently a first year.
マストで可愛いね。ギラギラしてるんじゃなくて、普通の可愛さ。モテモテにモテるんじゃなく、普通に恋愛をして普通に幸せなお母さんになるタイプの可愛さ。
That's a good way to describe her. She was plain enough that transcendent beauties like Sylvie and Nell would blow her away, but was too cute for any man to ever consider letting
こり
go.
ゃ合コン誘っても乗り換えとかは一切無理。っていうか、誘った合コンに普通に彼女さん連れてきそうだね。
Knowing Torio, he might. He doesn't realize how popular he is.
ちくしょ
She must have realized she had zero chances of coming out on top. Kaga was ticked. Is that all you needed? I'm going back to my room.
待って待って。じゃあ別の男紹介して。
A different one, like Kikuchiyo.
あんな経済界のプリンス様に手出せるかい
Saigo or Yamamoto then?
西郷さん、いい方ですけど、ちょっとお話が合わない。
山本はお母ちゃん以外興味ないっしょ。
The way you all rate men is horrible. I rambled on and on.
あ、もう。
An exasperated Shogasaki came rushing down from the second
綾
floor.
香どっか行くの
呼び出されたの。
誰に
鳴沢京也。
鳴沢、あの芸能人の
What was that again?
大手事務所が最近ガチガチに売り込んでらっしゃるイケメン俳優ですわ。おじい様の代から3代続けての俳優一家だとか。
He sounds like a massive pain in the ass. Riding on his family's coattails to get the company to push him, huh? You pretty much have to be a star for that. So, why did someone like that call for you?
知らないわ。この前ご挨拶したら妙に気に入られたみたいで、また会いたいまた会いたいうるさかったの。こっちも局の都合でいい顔してたから、勘違いさせたんでしょうね。
So,
それってつまり
あの鳴沢京也が綾香に惚れ込んじゃってる的な？
さあ、私の知ったことじゃありません。
Shogasaki declared proudly before her departure. I checked what that Narusawa whatever looked like on my phone. Oh, he's a handsome guy.
二世三世タレントってお顔は今一つなことが多いですけど、この人は及第点ですわね。
こいつが綾香を気に入って。
ジグジョー
She looks frustrated that the others in class were blessed with men. Oh well, better just leave Kaga be. Bet she'd be unpopular for the rest of her life unless she did something about that pitiful impression she gave off. More importantly, guess Shogasaki really is popular.
そりゃそうさね。想像してごらん。もしもうちのクラスにクルス・クラウンさんがいなかったら。
That would automatically mean no L either. Shogasaki certainly might stand above all of the others. Her face was her one great feature, as was that tight body. The thing was, though... What about Reina?
Huh?
Never mind. Plus one. What was I frustrated about? I'd confirmed that Reina was popular before anyway. But Reina... She was at least on the same level as Shogasaki and stood out among the rest of the class.
どうも、お待たせしましたわ。
はいどうも。ちょっと遅いよ。寒いのに待たされちゃったじゃん。鳴沢、待たされるの嫌いだから。はい、副将。副将、して。
待たされるのがお嫌いなのにお待たせして
いえいえ。
ムカついてはダメよ、綾香。こいつは一松と違って利用しがいがあるんだから、良好な関係を築くのよ。
じゃあ飲みに行こうか。マネがいい店取ってくれたから。
ですが私、学生でして、明日も学校が。
はーい、鳴沢口答えは嫌いでーす。副将。
This man ought to be punched at one point.
金色ラブリッチェ。はよーん。
And there, another replaceable day had begun.
学校あと1週間しかないわね。
What, is a meteor gonna hit the school or something?
そんなはずがありません。隕石の予測は現代科学ではまだ困難ですし、もし予測できようものなら、シルビア様をまだここに置いているわけがありません。
Hell, responding to someone who's trying to be silly with a logical argument is a small-scale act of violence.
無論、いざ予想外の状況から隕石など降ってこようとも、 我らソルティリエージュ騎士院は、命に代えてもシルビア王女の御身だけでもお守りする所存ですが。
Humor! Look it up!
もう、命に変えてもだなんて言ってはダメよ、エル。縁起が悪いわ。
申し訳ありません。しかし、我らは常にその心づもりで動いておりますゆえ。
エル。
シルビー様。
ボケにツッコミどころか、ボケで返された気分はどうだい？
Lonely. Anyway, what's going on next week,
お
Sylvie?
休みに入るじゃない。
Oh, what a break. The second term was over, now it's another week.
しばらくオーロたちに会えなくなるわ。寂しい。
Are princesses as busy during holidays as I think?
厳密に言えば、休日というものがありません。
Sounded hectic.
年末年始は国に帰るから仕方ないとして、クリスマスくらいはゆっくりしたいわ。
クリスマスは比較的ごゆるりとできると思いますよ。パーティーの形で客人を招くだけですので、飛行機を使う必要もありません。
忙しそうなゆるりだね。
Sounded rough. Well, we all lower type class, lower caste people could do was smile wryly at matters like these. All we lower class people could do.
そうだ。オーロはクリスマス予定あんの？
None.
おいおい寂しいね。赤服に着替えて良い子のお家を回るくらいしたらどうだ？おいおい寂しいね。赤服に着替えて良い子のお家を回るくらいしたらどうだい？
I used to do that, but chimneys are few and far between nowadays. How about you?
幼馴染と会うかも。
あら？どんな？
本郷って言って、昔からイケメンイケメン言われててね。
あらあらあら。
冷静ですね。
I already flipped out over that joke once before.
女かーい！
女だよ。
See?
なるほど。妃殿は予定がないそうですが、市松殿は一緒に過ごされないので？
I never thought I'd be teased by L of all people. Even she noticed. Where's all this coming from?
はい、シルビー様が昨晩。
ねえねえ、レーナとオーロってもう付き合っているな？
そういった話は聞きませんが。
じゃあ、まだなんだ。
Not quite there yet.
素敵だと思わない？あの二人が結婚なんてことになったら。
By God, is Sylvia like slightly more chill Aphrodite? Because by God, she loves to ship people, apparently.
シルビー様にとって、日本でのご友人で最も近しいお二方ですからね。
決めたわ、エル。私、あの二人のことを応援する。あの二人がカップルになるよう働きかけてみるわ。
と。
Oh, talking about butting in. She may have been Sylvia of Sortilege royalty, but she could still apparently be just as obnoxious as any other woman her age. She'd support us though, but like such a slaze for feeling helpful. As things stood, I had no idea how I should get closer to Reina. I could have some minor external force upset the balance and see how Reina reacts. I might be on board with that. Was it okay to get my hopes up? Perhaps I could ask Sylvie to interfere a little more in order to make some waves.
ところでレーナ、クリスマスはオーロと過ごしたらどうかしら？
なんでオーロと？
日本ではクリスマスというイベントは恋人同士で迎えるのが最善なのでしょ？
あ、言っておきますが、シルビー様は純真な方ですので、応援といってもこんな感じの直球勝負になりますよ。
Pure doesn't cut it! You call this sloppy.
なんでオーロと恋人なのよ。
Anna seemed to pass her comment off as a joke and cackled loudly.
私はお似合いだと思うけれど。
まあ、オーロなら彼氏にしても面白そうではあるけど。でもやっぱまだ友達かな。彼氏って感じしない。
そうなんだ。残念ね。オーラの方はレーナのことも。
Okay, stop! I covered her mouth. Lucky for me, Reina still looked oblivious to what was going on. I took Sylvia away with me.
市松殿、曲がりなりにも王女の口を封じて連れ去るなど、小規模なテロ行為ですよ。
It's your fault for committing an act of large-scale terrorism!
それは、はい。
Even I was like, you know what, fair, I can accept that.
もう、なにオラ。
Give me that sheesh! Personally speaking, I hadn't sorted out my own feelings for Reina yet. Our onlookers had gotten some big mouths on them. It's unbelievably annoying. I could only hope that nothing worse than this happened.
おはようっす、あやかっち。顔怖いけどどうしたん？
お気になさらず。ただの寝不足ですわ。あのクソ狩り。こっちは学校だってのに。
あやか、ダークなオーラが漏れてるよ。
湿気？
Tokusaki's usual but fake as hell smile returned to her face in no time. I have very bad feelings about this fucker. But the second she dropped her guard, her genuinely malicious expression reared its head again. So it must have really ticked her off. Probably it'd be best if I kept away from her for a while.
オーロ君
Whoa, you scared me!
大変なのです、オーロ君西郷君が俺、もう
What's up?
実は昨日、3人で九段の錦の湯へ行ったのですが。
You still going there?
昨日はおそらく、町内会だろう集団と鉢合わせたのです。ありていに言えば、小学生がたくさん入ってきました。
Oh, finally fulfilled the long-cherished desire.
町内会らしく女性の保護者もいたようで、女子はちゃんと女湯へ行きました。
But the young boys came into the men's bath and he got a reaction. Yeah, I guess that would happen. And what, a large group of elementary school boys came in?
俺、そんな気はなかったんだ。でも、駆け回る男の子たちを見てて、みんな裸だなって思ったら、体に異変が。
は？
俺の一部がむくむくと。
You got hard.
引くほど。
自分がそうなってるのも気づかないくらい夢中で暴れ回る男の子たちを見てました。
You.
気づかなかったんだ。そんな気なかったんだよ。
You're hopeless! 2D cross-dressers are women with dicks, but 3D boys are still men, you know! 2D cross-dressers are women with dicks? What?
俺はどうなってしまったんだ
Calm down, it's not too late. It's not too late. As long as you still haven't lost all interest in women, you can come back from this.
本当に戻れる
Yeah, for sure. Take a good look. There are plenty of cute girls in class. I pointed towards our female classmates. But I didn't want to use Reina or Sylvie to spark this guy's desire. She would probably work. Look over there. There are womanly pheromones.
女
Look at her and come back to your senses. Channel that inner manliness and let that ample-bosomed woman with a tight body excite you to no end.
女俺好き
Good, good. You know that door you opened yesterday? Just go ahead and close it. Yep, good.
女いい女好き
Like he's basically like fucking... He's like basically trying to soothe like a panicked deer, like... Shh, shh, shh. Don't worry, everything will be fine.
なんとか戻ってこられたようですね
Yeah, let's take our time and get him acclimated.
女いい匂い
知能レベルに新しい問題が出てますけど。
なぜかおかんがしません。
西郷くんがエロい目で見てるよ。
なんですあれ。気持ち悪い。昨日に続いて。男って本当に嫌だわ。このクラス、どんどん下品になっていくわね。
ああ、それはあるかもね。
一末が来てからってもの、男子全員に影響あったのは事実だね。
またあいつだ
今日はもうちょっと残ってデザイン仕上げちゃおう。オーロ、今日は漫画いいわ。
Gotcha. She had finished reading a volume yesterday and wouldn't be coming by to visit today. I was a little disappointed, but part of me felt relieved. Now that I had nothing else to do, maybe I could go visit Ria.
はい、ゲッタ
What's up?
朝のお話の続きよ。
The princess seemed hell-bent on meddling in mine and Reina's relationship. But maybe I should put my foot down. Either way, I decided to tag along with Sylvie for the rest of the day.
ずいぶんと日が落ちるのが早くなったわね。
For sure, you're not cold?
少しだけ。あまり長くは楽しめないのが残念ね。
お風を召しては大変です。30分ほどで切り上げてくださいね。
はーい。
A simple chat after school turned into a rather elegant affair when it was with the princess. I wasn't about to turn down a tea party either. I might as well join her.
そっちゃですか。
This low quality?
最高級のダージリンです。
日本の作法に従っているのよ。そっちゃですが。
Right. You served the tea perfectly. We both calmly tipped back our teacups. These were ideal conditions to have a calm conversation.
それでオーラ、レーナとはやっぱり結婚するの？
I spat my tea out, but Elle instantly blocked it by draping a napkin between us to prevent Sylvie from getting dirty.
私ね、結婚式で友人代表のスピーチというのをやってみたかったの。だって、スピーチ自体はしたことあるけれど、毎度政治的な意味が強いから、スピーチ内容もあらかじめ作家が考えたものばかりなのよ。友達として自分で考えたスピーチがしてみたいの。やらせてもらえないかしら。レーナとオーロ共通の友達の私なら最適だと思うわ。どうかしら。
Anyway, if I were to ask someone to give a speech at the wedding, I think I'd ask Elle.
私ですか？
なんですって？こらエル、私の仕事を取らないで。
申し訳ありません。
Before this conversation goes any further, I want to be clear that I have absolutely no plans to get married anytime soon. Couldn't you tell Reina and I didn't have that sort of a relationship this morning? How did you make so many leaps of logic in the span of 8 hours?
だって、オーロとレーナはとってもお似合いだと思うから。
Well, thank you. Sylvie was eccentric as ever. They couldn't get a good read on her, which may be why it was nice to talk like this.
私の気持ちは今話した通りよ。オーロとレーナが結婚を前提としてお付き合いしてくれると、将来にわたってオーロはどう思っている？
Let me see. Guess now was the good time as any to get my feelings in order. I had to correct this discrepancy between myself and Sylvie. Reina has certainly been on my mind lately. I'm not sure if it's a crush or something else entirely.
好きなのに？
I don't know in what way I like her. The way this had all started, yeah, that had to be it. It was true that I was interested in Reina. I thought she was cute, and I knew I liked her. That trendy look of hers was adorable. Just as her jovial appearance suggested, she was really easy to get along with. But if you asked me if I were in love with either of those things, then no. If there was anything I did love, it was probably how kind she was. Maybe I fell for her because she pampered me. You might have to admit it was somewhat miserable, but it was true that my feelings had changed that day. If anything, I still perceived every part of her as a friend, save for her kind side. A good friend, a very good friend. Nothing more, nothing less. Which is why the idea of proposing my love doesn't feel right. Not yet. For whatever reason. Sylvie's shoulders droop with disappointment.
じゃあ私は応援しない方が良さそうね。
Yeah, I'd really appreciate it if you stopped.
じゃあ将来結婚式のスピーチで私が背中を押して的な一文を入れたかったのに。でもね、オーロ。
ね。
恋ってしてるときはすごく薄ぼんやりとしているものよ。好きだと思ったらすぐ告白した方がいい。ぼんやりしていてもすぐに。それができなくて、10年経っても初恋の子に会えなくなった、そんな子もいるのだから。風が冷えてきたわね。
そろそろ切り上げましょう。
Yeah. Thanks for the tea. I accidentally clicked twice. Oh, my fucking wrist is starting to hurt.
うわぁ、もう暗いにゃー。我ながら夢中かよ。集中力って意味じゃデザイナーの才能あるかも。暗い校舎ってちょっと怖い。
あ
リアちゃんか。びっくりした。
びっくりはこっちだ。いきなりでけえ声出すな。
させん。帰るの？一緒しよっか。
帰るけど、一緒？
しようよ。今のでさらに怖くなっちゃったよ。
めんどくせえな。
そういや、二人ってお初じゃない？
だな。
鬱陶しく思われてないかな。ドキドキ。
おい、行かねえのか。
うん。
てめえが怖いからってついてきてんだろうが、ちゃんと来いや。
はい。
たくめんどくせえな。ほら、はぐれるぞ。
うん。あれ？口は悪いけどなんか優しい。ツンデレ美少年でも相手してるみたいな。別の意味でドキドキ。
そういやお前、あいつとどうなの？
あいつ？オーロ？
ああ。
どうって、いい友達だよ。男友達じゃ一番かな。そっちもでしょ？面白いよね、オーロ。意外と気配り上手だし。
ああ。まあ男はあいつ以外いねえけど。ん？脈はなしか。かわいそうに。ちなみにだな。あいつはなかなかいいやつだぞ。
知ってる。今そうこっちが言ったじゃん。
応援ってどうすればいいんだ？シルビーでシミュレートしてみよう。あいつが人の恋愛に踏み込んで応援しようとしたら。
ねえねえレナ、クリスマスをオーロと一緒に過ごすのはどうかしら？
Is she gonna like accurately recreate the situation from this morning?
二人は結婚するといいと思うわ。式でスピーチしたいの。
Not quite. She don't get the ideas through though.
さすがにそんなバカじゃねえよな。すまんシルビー。
そういや朝シルビーにも言われたな。オーロはどうだって。シルビー、知ってるかな？ほら、うちのクラスにいる。
噂は聞いてる。
私とオーロをくっつけようとしてるのかも。詳しくはわからないんだけど。でもなぁ、そもそも私、恋愛とかそういうのがまずピンとこないんだよね。それよりは、友達のままでバカやっていたいっていうか、肩凝りそうな関係は微妙っていうか。
なるほどね。
わかる？
半分。俺も仲いい奴がいたとして、そいつとの関係を崩すのは怖い。
だよね、だよね。
でも、もう半分はわかんねえかな。
え？
恋をするチャンスがあるなら、そこに突っ込むのもいいと思う。チャンスがあるってことは、それだけで恵まれてると思う。どうでもいいけど。
待って待って！
はい。はい、わかりました。迎えの車が来るんですね。わかりました。ですが、鳴沢さん。昨日みたいなお酒のある場所は、はい。こちら、まだ学生ですので、お願いしますね。はい。
彩香、誰と電話？
また鳴沢今日や。今日も会うんだって。マストで羨ましい。
本人は迷惑してらっしゃるようですけど。
はい、わかりました。はい。ほんと気持ち悪い。
到着！やっと明るいところに着けた。いやー、ありがとう、リアちゃん。送ってもらっちゃって。
どうでもいい。じゃあ。
待って待って。このままおしゃべりしようよ。部屋行っていい？
来んな。
いいじゃん。夕飯持ってくよ。 何が食べたい？
そこのコンビニでメロンパン。チョコチップが入ってるやつはダメだぞ。普通のな。
はいはーい。
綾香、外にお迎えの車が来てるよ。
わかってるわよ。
オーラとレーナ、どうなるのかしらね。
さあ、男女の機微には詳しくありません。
ああ、二人絶対にお似合いなのに。
まあ、シルビー様が焦ってらっしゃる以外、問題はないのではないでしょうか。あの二人、お似合いなのは確かです。焦らなくともいずれ、ということになる気がします。確証があるわけではありませんが。
本当に？
はい。今は友人として理想的すぎて麻痺しているのでしょうが、いずれそのような形で収まると思いますよ。
そう。
妙な事件でもなければ。
A curious incident is gonna occur. Someone tells me.
あら？
城ヶ崎殿。
ですからこういうところには。
ちょっと。昨日も言ったでしょ？鳴沢、口答えは嫌いだって。
ですが、こちら学生ですので、お酒を飲むところは。
ああ、大丈夫。ここのクラブのメインはお酒、アロマバーってところかな。まあ、アルコールの数倍トリップできるとこなんだけど。
は？
ああ、大丈夫よ。非合法なのじゃないから。まだ合法なアロマを仕入れてるところだから。
本当に付き合いません。というか僭越ながら、鳴沢さんには、うちの局も大変期待して応援させていただいておりますので、こういう場。
あれ？また口答え？
このクソ。
とにかくおいでよ。後悔させないから。
話して！
はーい、お一人様ご案内。
Smack.
いった。
嫌がる腐女子を無理やりというのは感心しませんね。
なに誰よ一体。
チロ。揉め事にはしたくないか。面倒な。
ミスターナルサワ、あなたミスターナルサワですね。
X not coming in out of nowhere.
誰この外人さん。
失礼いたします、鳴沢様。こちらハリウッドのホテル王の娘、ジェニー・スミスお嬢様にございます。実はお嬢様は、今日本で新進の俳優、鳴沢京也様に
They really got this planned out.
ハリウッド？マジ？
セクシーが
よろしければこの後、お付き合い願えないでしょうか。ハリウッドでのお仕事の話など、いろいろお伝えしたいことが。
もちろん。すまないね、城ヶ崎さん。実は今日は先約があったことを思い出して。そうだ。これ、手土産にあげるよ。
お香？
そこのバーご推薦のお香。とっても好きになると思うよ。もっとたくさん欲しくなったらいつでも連絡して。じゃあ今日はこれで。ハリウッドだ。わ
お、セクシー。
では私たちはこれにて。
ご苦労。
エキスナって有能だけど演技力はいまいちね。
言ってやらないでください。本人今頃は顔真っ赤だと思います。
一応お礼は言うべきでしょうか。
いらないわ。綾香に怪我がなくてよかった。
もしもし、鳴沢京也だけど、ドラマ枠から外して。近いうち、シャブ中としてニュースで使うことになるから、父親と祖父から美談系のインタビュー映像撮っときなさい。
転んでもただでは起きないな。
それで。
そのアロマスティックどうします？
ジャパニーズお香よね。知ってるわ。
預かりましょうか？
触らないで。彼の指紋が消えてしまったら価値が半減するわ。
ただでは起きないどころか、転んだところで目につく限りを拾うタイプか。
どうしてお香に指紋が必要なのかしら。あと、どうしてエルもアヤカも怖い顔してるのかしら。
じゃあね。今日は助かりました。
ええ。
また学校でね。
おかえりなさーい。ご飯にする？お風呂にする？それと、
ご飯にしろ。
Okay. Trendy girl, my delinquent neighbor were in my room upon my return. What are you doing?
今日リアちゃんとご飯食べることになってね。
やたらと俺の部屋に入ろうとするから、鬱陶しいから追い出した。
でも私の部屋じゃご飯食べれないのよ。汚いから。
ね。間を取ってここで食べることにした。
Well, you did physically meet in the middle, between your and Reina's rooms. Even if it was an extreme nuisance.
怒らない怒らない。夕飯は用意してあげたんだからさ。今日の夕飯は、レイナ特製メロンパンと、リアちゃん特製コンビーフになりまーす。
There were 3 loaves of melon bread and 3 cans of corned beef on the table. That's way too much junk food. Flavors couldn't possibly go together, and there's way too many elements for you to call in any of this specially made. Finally, I'm not all that hungry. I'd just gotten back from a tea party with Sylvia. I'd snacked away on sweets and my belly was pleasantly full.
場所だけ貸してくれれば食わなくていいぞ。俺も適当に食ってさっさと帰るから。
私も一緒に食べようって言い出した結果弾けなくなってるだけだから。時間貸してくれれば OK。
Oh boy. On that note, the 3 of us sat together. I had room for a single piece of melon bread, and while I was eating...
もふもふ。それでだから漫画読もう。オロ、新しいの出して。
On it. Rena made herself at home in her usual
お
way.
行儀って言葉はここにはないのな。
More or less. Even during dinner, she rolled around and read manga and the like. I bet she wouldn't behave so poorly if Sylvia or the others were around. Then again, it was just us, why not? Leah wasn't so refined, she'd look down on her for it either. Instead, she messed around with her phone without a care in the world. As for me, I guess I'll listen to some music.
またあれ？
Of course.
あれって？
こいつ好きあらば自分の好きな曲かけるの。まったく、耳たこかよ。
好きな曲って。あ。
Is Reina gonna pick up on it? Is Reina gonna pick up on it and just be like, yeah, you know what? If he's that dumb, I kinda do need to take care of him. And that's how the route happens. Fucking instant romance. It's boring to keep it low, but the TV is just noisy. Things like these call for a special song. Times like these call for a special song. Happy years.
歌自体はいいんだけどね。オーロ、これエンドレスでリピート再生するんだよ。まったくも
What the heck, Reina? You just like Maria Bishop?
ん？不満っていうか、ぬふ。オーロが何回も聞かせるから、私も大好きになってきた。もう洗脳かよ。なんだかんだ私もダウンロードしちゃったじゃん。マリアの曲3つくらい。
Nice! You put them on your phone. You can bring happiness to your ears anytime you want.
ねえ、授業中とかこっそり聞いてる。
You finally realized how great Maria is?
やっぱり洗脳だったかよ。
Alright, why don't we all treat ourselves to an in-depth Maria discussion after the song? Like what songs we like, which photos she looks best in and stuff?
いいね。私も結構語れるようになってるよ。
Like Maria is just like getting progressively more uncomfortable.
俺は帰るわ。
Hold up, you're not going anywhere.
仲間を作る意味でも、リアちゃんも洗脳したいね。
Maria's songs are magical and your brainwashing will be over in no time if you stick around.
離せ！あれ、彩香お帰り。早くない？
ええ。気持ち悪いとは思ってたけど、
あそこまで汚らわしい汚物に時間を割いてたなんて。相馬さん、いるかしら？
先ほど帰られたようですわよ。
そう。リア？いるかしら？リア、話があるの。あなたに主題歌をお願いしてたドラマ、主役を交代するかもってことで。お願い。少しでいいから声を聞かせて。リア？
ダメダメ。
You're not getting away! You'll be hooked on Maria when we're done with you!
ナルシストじゃねえんだよ。ナルシスト？虜になるシストじゃないんだ。
She really had to fucking bullshit her way out of that one. What's that supposed to mean? Delinquent speed goes way over my head.
ほら戻るよ。次の曲がいいんだから。
もう嫌ってほど聞いたんだよ。次のも次の次も全部。
You already got it wrong, Reina. The next song is great, but the song is best.
次の方がいいよ。
No, this is it. You mean all of Maria's songs are fantastic, though.
最高だけど。
Man, I really love Maria's songs. Come on, join us today. I'll explain why I think the song's fantastic in detail.
私は次の曲の良さを事細かく丹念に余すところなく語るよ。ほら、ね。
ちょっとだけだぞ。
What the fuck? Increasing anger. Adorable.
金色ラブリッチェ。
Hooey.
おはようごらばよ。
Go to fuck to sleep. What I'm gonna do anyways. I hope you guys enjoyed this one. See you next time. Bye bye.